All right, I will call to order the Tuesday, September 9th meeting of the Dayton City Council. Stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, I will need a motion and a second for the agenda.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Any changes?
One item, Mayor, members of the council, I'm wondering if you guys want to have an item at the end of the meeting, or if we can just bring it up during my staff update about discussion on the fire subcommittee that I've sent a couple emails out on. I could either have an item at the end, which is totally fine, L1, or bring it up a staff update, but wanted to give the option.
I guess we can put it at the end.
Okay.
I'm okay with
L1?
that.
L1.
I'm good with it.
That's fine.
Any other changes? Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, say no. Motion carries 5-0. On to consent. Motion and a second.
Make a motion?
Need a second?
I'll second. Oh, go ahead, Stephanie.
Okay, discussion.
Who are you giving that to, sorry, Mayor?
Staff.
Okay.
You got something there? No. Seriously?
Well, we're not on payment.
We're not on payment.
We pulled that out for that reason.
All right, does anybody have any? All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. Carries 5-0. On to open forum. Is anybody here for open forum? Limited to 3 minutes for non-agenda items. State your name and address. No council action will be taken. Items will be referred back to staff.
Is Marcia feeling okay?
Yeah, she's fine.
She hasn't been here for a couple times.
Just watching,
Okay.
smile and wave. Keith Grover, 113th and Fernbrook Lane. What I wanted to kind of come back to tonight is I know we've addressed some of the sign ordinance, and you guys made some changes to that. And what I've been noticing and what I've been talking to Hayden about and Zach is the proliferance of builders specifically in the city, not the companies that are here permanently, but the builders that are in the city and then out after they get their homes built. They put up signs that are in clear violation of our city ordinance, size-wise, and in some instances, both size-wise and height-wise. And I think for city staff, and they could speak for themselves, but this is my observation, is like they're playing whack-a-mole with these folks. I mean, one sign gets taken down, and then the next guy that starts to build a house or a development, up a sign goes, and then a sign comes down, and sometimes it's gone up and down twice in the same place at the request of the city to take it down. I guess I'm kind of concerned that that they don't take us seriously when we talk about that. And I know city staff has got a lot more important things to do than run around the city and make sure the developers are not putting too big of signs up. But for those of us that live in the city, those things are butt ugly. And we have an ordinance for a certain reason, and the big people that have businesses here, they have to adhere to those ordinances. So I don't understand why it's so difficult to force these developers that can't do anything in the city without our approval to follow the city ordinance. I don't know if we need to correct something in the ordinance to give staff more ammunition or a bigger hammer to fix this situation. But I really think that something needs to be addressed, or at least started down that path. If you have people that are putting them up, why are they putting them up? Are they putting them up because they really don't know what our sign ordinance is? That I kind of doubt. I think they do. But we give them the benefit of the doubt. We tell them to take it down or change the sign. And then it goes down one place and comes back up someplace else. I think maybe we need to have, number one, a shorter time frame for them to react when we tell them that the sign is too big. And I think someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we give them a month or something to react to that. Well, that's too long. It took them 2 hours to build the sign and another 20 minutes to dig the post holes and put the sign up. I think a month is way too long. I'd give them a week. I think that's reasonable. Didn't take them that long to put the sign up. The penalty that we have for repeat violations, I think, is not adequate, because they don't care. Either that or they just have way more money to throw at us than we think they do. The other thing is taking the argument away from them that they're not aware of what the ordinance is, or it's not, Maple Grove lets us do this, or Rogers lets us do this, but Dayton doesn't, is that whenever we give them permission, to develop a property, that we have a form that they fill out that says, this is our sign ordinance. This is what you're allowed to put up. You can put this sign up, you can put it, wherever you want on your property, but it can't be bigger than the 8x32 or vertical or horizontal or whatever they want. I know the staff has talked about that because I've heard you guys talk about it, and you've certainly heard me bring it up before, but I'm just curious as to where we're at with that thing. And if no one is working on it, I really would ask you guys to direct the staff to actually do that so that it gets done. That's all I have. Thanks.
All right, thanks. Anybody else? Open forum.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Ryan. I work for Public Works. This is my 4th year there. I'm here to present you guys with a petition. The City of Dayton ASME workers make up 30% of your staff. The members of the ASME group believe that the City of Dayton Council should honor the tentative agreement for the 2026 contract. I have it signed by all of our members, and I'd like to present it to you.
Okay,
Appreciate your guys' time.
thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else for open forum? Anybody online?
If you wanted to speak in the open forum, if you can use the raise your hand function, please.
Nada? All right, we'll be done with open forum then. Staff consultant council updates. Zach?
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I have quite a few updates tonight. First one is that I need a little direction from the council. I know we've had a conversation with council in the past about the valuation process related to arguing your valuation at the beginning of the year. We currently do a local board of appeals, which has a separate meeting, which is typically in April. We did that again. The council hears the arguments from residents and in town about their valuations. If they're accepted, the next step is for them to go to Hendrickson County and review and approve that. There's a different valuation process we could do, which is mentioned in open book. There is a thing in front of you that shows which cities are open book and which cities are local board of appeals. At city staff level, we're trying to get figured out for next year what that's going to look like for us. We can give direction to the Hennepin County aspect of things, and they're asking us which one we want to do in 2026. So my question to city council is, what would you like to do next year? Do you want to continue the same process we've always done, which is the local board of appeals? There was conversation related to that because it ends up going to Hennepin County anyways, and then we have no jurisdiction over it once it gets to Hennepin County, or if we want to do open book. So I'm here for.
Do we know
questions.
why these other cities do local board if they don't have the power to change things?
I don't know specifically. The one I am aware of that's in our area is Maple Grove, and the reason why they do theirs is open book is they have a separate special group of people, realtors, whatever else that they have is a separate actual board that utilizes the local board of appeals. It's not the EDA, it's not the city council, it's actually a separate local board of appeals group that they have.
I think they also have their own assessors.
Yes,
I believe they don't outsource to Hennepin County.
they must not as well. That would make sense.
And so if they have their own assessors, does Hennepin County have the power to overrule those? It does.
Yes.
Well, then what's, okay.
So if we chose to make a change, is that a permanent change? Is that something we can revisit every year?
We can revisit every year that I'm aware of, but
That
there had to
could
be a
quite
resolution.
confusing to residents, but it can be
Sure.
revisited for sure.
Yeah, if we were
Yep.
flip-flopping on it, yeah.
So if you change the way we're doing it, it does give residents more time because then they don't have to meet our local board deadline and they get, I think, like 3 additional weeks before the county board. So we did run into a resident who was unaware of the time because when you have the local board, it's a specific time that's printed on the tax statement, which is different than an open book time where you have the 3 additional weeks or 4, whatever it ends up being.
I'm happy to wait for more information if you need more information or time, and I'm fine with that, but I was just trying to get things rolling and moving from us, from Hennepin County's perspective.
Just, to me, it's a waste of our time, because if they're just gonna turn around and overrule us anyways, I don't get it. The whole thing I don't get, so it almost seems like open book is the one that makes sense, but, I don't know.
My
What do you
vote
guys think?
would be open book because I think, when we remain a local board, as you said, it makes the time frame shorter, but I also think it gives residents a false sense of, like, that we can help them, when the reality is the county doesn't give a crap what we say. Like, what we decide doesn't affect it. The actual argument the resident comes up with is what's going to sway the county, not what the 5 of us say. So I think it gives the resident a sense that somehow us agreeing with them matters, when it has become clear that the fact that we agreed with the resident holds literally no water with the county. They have to convince the county of their value, not us. And so I think it also gives a better sense to the residents who they're actually needing to convince. They don't need to convince us. They need to convince the county. And so that's where their efforts should lie, is in convincing the county that their assessment is wrong. So I think going open book is also just gives the residents a more realistic sense of what the process really is, in my opinion. So
I agree with you. I think there's no sense in having people come in and fight for that and think that, like, all of that effort, we're going to actually be able to make a change. And really, they should be focusing that effort where they can actually get the change that they're looking for, unfortunately. So.
I agree with that. I think that I was under the impression in years past that we were actually making the decision and we're really only making a recommendation. And so I don't see the value of it for the residents, and, you know, the timing of it also works in their favor too if we're not part of that process.
You good with that?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Thank you very much.
I don't
You'll
believe
see
in
a
a
resolution on a future agenda.
Yeah, we'll do a resolution for that, just to memorialize that aspect. Next one I have is a reminder that City Hall is closed this Friday for our all-employee event that was approved at a few meetings ago. We're looking at trying to do the year-end recap, and we'd like to see if we could close city buildings down at noon on Wednesday, December 10th. That's our year-end recap meeting that we've had historically. Does any have any issues with that at council level? You'll be notified just like it would be this Friday, but
I do not.
any concerns? No. Okay. I think I sent this out on a calendar invite, but Quick Trips I-94 will open on October 2nd at 5 a.m. The I-94 Chamber is holding a ribbon cutting scheduled on October 8th. You are all invited to that. That is at 11 a.m. And I did send a calendar invite. If you could please respond to that, that would be greatly appreciated. Last one I have is just a reminder for the open house at States Manufacturing. That's next Thursday, September 18th. And I did send an invite out for you all as that way. I know that they are looking at doing some sort of food or hors d'oeuvres at that thing.
Oh, yeah.
Again, hosted by I-94 Chamber, so if you could respond, that would be greatly appreciated. Not from me, but from the chamber. So, again, if you don't respond,
Do
you
we
might
need
not
to
get an hors
respond to
d'oeuvre.
you, though, that
No,
count?
no. I
Okay.
sent the invite out from 94.
Got it,
so
got it.
they should get the response back. I just asked it to.
Okay.
The same thing was with ribbon cutting at the Quick Trip as well, as done by I-94 Chamber.
Got it.
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Eh,
No update tonight?
Marty?
Just a couple of things. Irrigation is pretty much complete. We do have the power turned on to the River Hills thing now. That just needs to be tested out and the well hooked up to that, so that's good to go. Public Works has started to overseed. We've got Hayden Hills overseeded currently. The irrigation system is over there working 3 times a day to establish the seed. Park improvements is moving along. We've had a couple of soil correction issues, but I think I've spoken to you about that before. We're working on the trails over there, and the landscaping and grading is still going on over there. Water treatment plant, much the same story as before. They're still working on the brickwork on the outside. 2 of the walls are complete. The third one is about 80% there, and they'll start on the 4th wall this week. The internal pipe work is still going on. There's a lot of pipe work going in there, so that's still proceeding on schedule at the moment. So we're definitely on schedule for a January 26th startup. If we can improve on that, we definitely will.
Chief?
Good evening, members, Mayor and members of council. Just a recap over the last 3 weeks. You've seen 3 different press releases from the fire department. We've had 3 different structure fires, approximately about $500,000 worth of loss between the home in Old Town, the shed over here off 117th, and then roughly about 2.5 mobile homes yesterday. During the events, we had good response from firefighters on the calls that were on the weekends. Unfortunately, yesterday, we had 1 firefighter show up for the mobile home fire. 2 did respond later on in the afternoon, so it precipitated a response from 14 different agencies to assist in extinguishing that fire. So I just wanted to provide that update for you.
Can I ask a question, Chief? When you say 14 agencies, how many of those are other fire departments?
All 14.
You called 14 departments out?
That's correct.
I have one other question too. There was a firefighter that was injured during the fire. Do you know what agency? Could you tell me offline maybe, just where they were from? Were they from Dayton or are they another department?
They're not from Dayton.
And everything was okay?
Yep, they were treated and released. They were, as I put in my press release, they were electrocuted. The power lines in between the mobile homes. We had some difficulties with Excel. We always make that call early for utilities to come and be turned off. They didn't send somebody in the initial call, and then as the fire progressed, we believe that the lines kind of dropped, and no one noticed, and it charged a chain link fence in between the units.
Okay.
So he was familiar with it because of his trade, but we still sent him just to get double checked.
So some lessons learned there.
Yeah, there's not much we can do with it, but yeah, try to get power shut off as early as possible. But when Excel didn't respond, and they said that was on them, so.
Thank you.
Yep.
Chief?
No update.
Nothing. Jason? Amy?
Nothing from me.
Scott?
The only thing I've got is the little picture in front of you that Zach provided. We spoke earlier about this morning. I really thought we were going to get at this for the trail talking, but I didn't know you guys were going to use the whole 55 minutes for the trail. I would like to get a conversation going about getting some sort of a shelter over the band shell at Stevens Park, because it's going to take 4 months just to get the band shell ordered before we get it. And ideally, it'd be nice to have it built next April, May, so that we are ready for outdoor events. That doesn't mean that just because you got the band shell, we won't get rained out, because if it rains, nobody's coming in here. But
I think, wasn't the concern that whatever MSA kind of constructed may result in the...
they're pretty much done with their picture, and it's not going to affect where the band shell is. So
Yeah.
I think we can talk about whether we're moving forward with something or not. So that's all.
For me, it was more design and style. I wanted to make sure everything coordinated, and I wanted to see where the MSA design.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Like, I don't want it to look like we just picked up whatever was on clearance and threw it up willy-nilly. I would like it to look like a cohesive design, and that includes like the design elements, materials, like, and to me, I want a cohesive design because this is like a premier destination park. So that's why I was wanting to wait until we had that final plan. So,
Are they even doing that, Marty? Because I didn't see anything in that, the questions that they were asking, I didn't see anything about any sort of design.
Yeah, part of the scope of work is to bring back the designs and materials. They will be showing a bunch of different examples of what they're proposing. Currently, they are reworking their concept that they presented to the Parks Commission, because there's a number of different things mentioned at that meeting, so they've updated that plan. That's why it wasn't on tonight's agenda, because it wasn't ready to go. It will be in front of the next Parks Commission, and then after that it will come to you guys. First meeting in October, I believe. And then from there we will progress with the designs and get some more detail on those. And then we'll get the cost estimation going on from there as well.
So what are you looking for?
Just that in the near future, have a conversation about what we're doing. Before all of a sudden it becomes June or July and you're
And
going to
we're
try
on
and
to
build
next
something
spring.
and you're on the next, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's all I got.
I don't have anything.
I have nothing. Dave?
Two quick things for me. One, I attended a presentation this morning at the Activity Center put on by the Attorney General's office, and this was kind of tailored toward seniors, and that's pretty much who was there for online and telephone threats and all of the scams that are going on. And it was a pretty good turnout, I thought. Probably 20 people there, but pretty engaged group, and so I thought it was a good presentation. I just wanted to mention that. The other thing, also from today, at the EDA meeting, there was some discussion about the changes in laws around remote, calling into meetings remotely, that there was a new law that came into effect sometime this summer. And what kind of came out of that conversation is we're missing one piece of capacity to be able to do that, because as I understand it, you have to be able to see the person who is remote to when they vote on things. So it can't be just a roll call and verbal. And so if I understood that correctly, we're missing a piece in our technology somehow to allow somebody to remote in and for them to be seen. And so it's something we should look into.
Yeah, Councilman Fasher, we do have Zoom, and we're able to
gonna
get
say, it
that.
should be
So
just
we
Zoom.
can have that ability to have a picture up. I'm not sure what happened to the EDA this morning, but we do have that ability via Zoom to have them shared on the screen on the side.
So if somebody's got their camera on,
Yes.
we can see them.
Yes.
Okay, that's different than how it was portrayed this morning.
Oh, okay.
So I just want to make sure that we're clear on what the new rules are and that we're able to accommodate that when it does come up.
Yes, appreciate that information and update, but yeah, we are able to accommodate them via Zoom, so we can see them, and we can either have them up on the screen when they have to be considered, I think it's a co-host or something, so they can actually be seen on the screen and such, but we can make that work with our current features of Zoom.
I feel like we actually did this with you when you were in Hawaii.
I thought so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought
We
so.
did that. And that one wasn't able to, unfortunately, that one didn't work because of the fact that we had
Notification.
notification or
Yeah,
whatever
time
wasn't
zone.
right or whatever, so. But yeah, we had you on Zoom and you were able to be seen, so
Okay.
that worked. But appreciate the update and verification, so thank you.
Is it my turn?
You? Yes. Sorry, that's all you had.
At the risk of ruffling feathers, tends to be my thing lately. I had 4 firefighters reach out to me asking about being back paid at the $30 an hour after the meeting that we had, because what was said is that the direction was to move all firefighters, and so they're wondering if they will be back paid to January at that increase. Something maybe we can talk about later on, but I just wanted it to be on the radar that I had 4 separately reach out to me and ask. And I didn't have an answer, obviously, or a intelligent thought on what to say back. So I said I would bring it up, and so here I am. And I asked Marty already, so then that's it for me.
Okay, we will move on to new business. Item D, Metro West update.
Mayor, members of council, we have Mike Rosenow, who's the building official for Metro West, here to provide a little update for us on a few things that have happened over the past couple of months and provide some clarity, so.
Hello, Mayor, Council. First of all, I would like to say, Zach, thank you for bringing to my attention the concerns and the conversations that have happened. I'll start off with I think the biggest one that I'll just flat out say should not have happened, and quite frankly, I don't think can happen, is the MTL building. That was a mistake on our part that just shouldn't happen. And in the end, it falls on me, right, to make sure that my staff is aware of things of that nature, so they don't happen again in the future. At this point, I feel confident that's been corrected. We do have a current code-compliant building there now, with the understanding that if anything was to change on their daily operations or in the conditional use permit, a new permit would be required, and then that building's use would need to be changed, and code requirements would have to be met at that time. There's also been, I believe, 2 other comments about, one about an inspection that he did not believe, I'm assuming as a resident, did not believe we were there and did a sufficient job. I can't speak for it. I was not on site. I don't know what the concern was other than the timing of the inspection, how long we were there. The second one, I believe there was an issue with some missing, I'm going to guess, some bracing on a post frame structure. That was not called out again in the plan review or at a final inspection. Again, shouldn't happen. And steps I have taken to try and correct those measures within our staff are a couple of things. One is I have personally gone out, followed up behind our inspector just to kind of see, okay, is there anything that I need to educate him on or our staff on that is currently being missed? Thankfully, I can say I did not have any concerns other than some paperwork, just, clarifying paperwork, dotting our I's, crossing our T's, making it clear so if somebody falls behind you, they're aware of what you looked at, what was approved, what needs to be corrected. I also went through, I did a review of, I'll just say a dozen previously approved plans. Overall, again, I was satisfied with what I seen. Again, some information was there. Could be a little clearer as to how it's being constructed, but the information was at least on the plan. And so we discussed that with our staff as well. And then the last thing I did is I mixed in a couple different inspectors just to get different sets of eyes out in the jurisdiction, seeing the jobs, seeing if they're seeing something that, the current inspector that's mostly serving this area may not be seeing. Overall, the only thing that came back there is there was a question brought up, and we reached out to the mechanical company about separation of fresh air intakes from exhausts. The mechanical company did provide us with the manufacturer specs showing that their installs were being completed per manufacturer installs and everything looked good. And then our last decision we made as a whole is instead of just having one person servicing Dayton, we're going to mix in 2. So there'll always be kind of a little bit of oversight of each other. Hey, I was out here, you signed off on this. There's a lot to look at. We do a lot of inspections. I think it's always good to have a little bit of checks and balances and accountability to each other in our office.
So let's say you got a deck. You're saying you may send one guy out there to look at the holes, and then the next guy's going to be different, so that when he does a frame or whatever steps, he's also checking what was previously done.
Yeah. So, perfect example. Say I go do a plumbing rough in. I sign off on plumbing, and I'll just say, for example, Jack follows up on me and he does the framing. Well, it's another set of eyes, and what I want out of this is if I miss something, say I miss a nail plate or insulation on a hot water line, what I want to know that our staff, it's not about insulting anybody, but it's also about educating and make sure we're doing our job to the best of our ability. So bring it to my attention, hey, I followed up on you on this inspection and I noticed this or this, just keep an eye out for it in the future type thing. And then I also document, right? If I'm doing the framing, I want to say, hey, I know plumbing was signed off on, but you need to put a nail plate here, insulate that, whatever the corrections need to be done so that they're getting done.
If a resident does have a concern about how an inspection went, whether things were missed or, if they thought it was too fast or whatever, what would be the best way to communicate those concerns to you?
I would want them to call me directly, call our office, ask for me directly.
Okay.
I always want to know about these concerns. The sooner I know, the sooner I can take the corrective actions needed. There may be times where I'll go out and take a look at it myself, meet with the homeowner. If I can answer it over the phone or through email, I will, but if it needs to be something I need to go out and see in person to just make sure we're clear of what they're explaining to me so I can give them the correct answer, we're going to do that.
So I have a question, back to kind of the fire stuff. Who does those plan reviews? Is it in your office? Do you have a licensed fire protection engineer? Do you have,
Yeah.
I guess I'm kind of lost in some of this because we've heard Inspector 1, Inspector 2, Fire Marshal, and then I know there are licensed engineers out there that do this design but what happens on your end, or who
Correct.
does
So,
that work?
Now, Roger just recently retired, so I believe we are currently down, we have 5 certified fire suppression plan reviewers and inspectors in our office. And we've got our accreditation, you can say, through education through the state fire marshal's office. So for like myself to get certified, I did a 4-day in-person course, and then you do an exam through the fire marshal's office. And if you pass that exam, you get approval for plan review and inspections for fire suppression. And that's 32 hours. And then we have and then we use that as part of our continuing education through fire protection or building code, just through our whole certification whether you're a building official limited or a building official, we have to, achieve our required continuing education. So there is a little difference from our certifications compared to like a fire inspector 1 or a fire inspector 2. We don't take those certifications. Ours are a different thing just for the actual fire suppression system and then the installation and coverage and how that works.
Okay, and so that's a different track. It's still through the State Fire Marshal's division that they get that certification?
I believe so.
But it's specific to plan review?
Yep. Yeah, so there's, we have certification for the fire suppression systems, fire alarm systems, and that all ties together through the building code as being a certified building official or a department. But then there's also my understanding as there's fire inspector 1, fire inspector 2. I believe we could try to obtain those, but those are something more you see through, typically what I see it through is like a fire department if they're doing their own their fire inspections for whatever reason, rentals, commercial buildings, I believe even for if there's fire damage. I'm not sure how that all works. I don't have a whole lot of education on the fire inspector 1, fire inspector 2 certifications.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not trying to decide who should be doing what. I'm just trying to understand.
Yep, yeah, and it's complicated. Like I
What the
said,
qualifications are.
I know there's multiple phases to it. Ours is strictly just to fire suppression, service and protection.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Anybody else have any questions?
So one of the things, mine was the pole barn that was missing the structural piece, and the reason it was caught is because the guy I buy hay from is a structural engineer, and he happened to go to my barn and be like, "You're missing some things." And I'm very lucky and grateful that my hay guy happens to be a structural engineer. But it led to the question of, was this a one-off, or is this how was this just a random one-off situation, or was this widespread? And so one of the things I've had people ask about is it possible to do some sort of very quick survey? And as someone who has done surveys myself of my students, I know response rates are usually low to terrible. But this one thing that was brought up is when someone gets an inspection, just send them a real quick and what exactly the survey would say is still a very TBD, but something like, are you happy with the inspection, or even just were you home when the inspection occurred? Would you, if the city did go that route, and I'm not saying we are because I haven't, would would that be valuable if we could collect that and then possibly pass those results on to you based on like, hey, you know, a lot of people are thrilled this was just a one-off, or actually we're having quite a few residents express concerns about how quick it was, and maybe there's an education piece there as well for residents, like this is what to expect when you have, because a lot of people haven't had an inspection, so they have no idea what that process should look like. So
Yep.
would that be valuable, or?
It definitely couldn't hurt.
Okay.
I would only tend to be cautious of it a little bit is I always like to say building inspectors aren't always looked at as the welcomed party, right? We're kind of as, hey, when I need you, I want you to help me.
Yeah.
But if I don't need you, it's kind of like, leave me alone.
Yeah, you're a pain in my butt.
Yeah. But it definitely, any feedback can't hurt,
Yeah.
right? I mean, and I think at any situation, you want feedback,
Yeah.
but you also just take it with a grain of understanding, hey, if we get 100 people, 33 are probably going to give you an honest answer, 33 are going to kind of be in the middle, and 33 are just going to say, no matter what we did, they're not going to like it.
Yeah.
But any feedback can be good feedback.
Okay.
And anything that we can do to help, I guess, to the community, other than, we're open to it, right? The limitations are, though, is we are limited to the minimum standards. And I think sometimes that's the lost in translation part.
Yeah.
Is I think some people think we have more authority than we do. And so when I've met with people at all of our jurisdictions, it's very hard to explain to them that I understand your concerns, but if I can't support the violation with a code section, I really can't write up a code violation.
Yeah.
And you may not, and residents may not want that.
Yeah.
They don't want you guys kind of making stuff up.
Yeah,
Yep.
and that's where it comes kind of back to some people. They want us to kind of, hey, I don't like this. I need your help.
Yeah.
And that's when you kind of get a little more of we'll say a friendly discussion about, I understand your concerns. I can agree it may not be the most pleasing cosmetically, but it does meet
meets
the
code,
minimum.
yeah.
And unfortunately, that's all I can enforce.
Yeah, okay. So I think a part of it is also just an educational
Yeah.
component on it.
And that can be done. I would encourage anybody to, even if you disagree, I've said it to multiple people, it's okay to disagree with me as long as we can have a professional conversation about it.
Yeah.
And it's okay I have to go to the code book all the time. I tell my staff, if you don't know, be honest. Hey, let me double check with you and call you back, because I'd rather have them take an extra half a day and get them the right information than tell them or ask them to do something that may cost them more money that they didn't have to do to begin with.
Yeah.
Anything else? All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Have a good evening.
Okay, on to item E, DNR Landing.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm going to be fielding this one. Eleanor from MSA couldn't make it tonight at the last minute, so I'm going to try and do the best that I can with this. The DNR, this part of the project came about because of some very early meetings with a group of local our neighbouring cities and agencies that work and have interest in the river. The DNR was part of that group and were interested in participating. They were having problems with getting motorised boats in down at their existing launch in the old village because it silts up so bad down there. There's like a beach down there most of the time. So they contacted us and said, we're interested in doing this. However, we haven't got the resources to do the design and build on this. So if we funded it, would the city manage the design and build of this? We're currently at the design stage of this. We've worked with DNR with their design standards and their people to come up with the a concept. I think we came out with 4 initial concepts. We've narrowed it down to the one which suits all of the DNR needs. They're going to have a boat launch off of the Crow River now, and we're going to use the existing launch and extend that out and use that as a canoe kayak launch there. It's going to be more of a beach landing type scenario, so we're going to be able to access their pretty easily with a non-motorized boat. They wanted to increase some of the parking in the landing there, so we've redesigned how the trailer parking can go in, and the traffic flow has been adjusted as well. There's some canoe kayak launches, parking down by the canoe kayak area. There's a couple of stormwater features on this as well, to manage some of the stormwater from the additional blacktop that's going in. That's pretty much everything there. This is 100% funded by DNR. So this, I just wanted to bring this to your attention so you had an understanding of what was going on down there.
Can we make comments?
You can make comments.
I know this isn't our, I think you described it as kind of a courtesy review, and that's good. I just wondered, it's not mentioned on here, but the length, quite how to point at this, but as you make the loop around, so you're pulling your boat trailer in, right? You make that loop around. What is that distance, to get yourself straightened out before you start backing up? It's not called out on the plan, and I'm curious or want to make sure that that's long enough to actually get your boat straight so you can back into the landing.
And this is designed, like I said, with DNR standards, and so that's a major consideration for them when they do it. I don't know technically what that number is, but I can definitely find that out.
Yeah,
Looks like it's about 70.
Yeah.
I'm guessing.
Yeah.
The other piece, I'm not quite sure what the intent is right next to that is essentially a car and trailer parking spot, marked handicapped. And is that really, I don't know, it seems to me like that space is needed for getting your boat kind of straightened around, and
looks
not
like
a
you're
great
gonna
place
swing
for
out.
right.
It does, yeah.
And that maybe a handicap spot, needs to be accessible to landing, I understand that, but is that really the best location for it?
It almost seems like that whole area could be consumed by somebody trying to back in and maybe move the handicap one over, or maybe to the other side, or.
I say move the handicap where the no parking area is there. Just flip them two. That'd give you more room.
I can definitely ask these questions, put the comments back to DNR.
Because people are gonna, a lot of people can back up their boats and get it situated, but some people really have to struggle.
You can spend your day watching YouTube of people not doing that well.
But yeah, it looks good. It's hard to believe you can get all this in there.
Like one of those people.
Yeah. Okay. That's all I have.
Any
Any
other
other
comments?
comments?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, on to item F, utility boxes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The EDA has expressed some concerns about utility boxes that are either damaged or abandoned. We've had some kind of conversation of what recourse does the city have against utility providers. The Public Utilities Commission does have regulations on this. However, in discussions with the PUC, or the Public Utilities Commission, is that we have to show that what are the locations of damaged utility boxes, what efforts have we done with the utility companies to have them fix it. The issue that we have is not all the boxes are identifiable, meaning that they don't necessarily have a sticker on it that shows who owns the boxes. So in going back and forth, we've asked Stantec to put together a proposal for inventorying what's in the right-of-way, and I should back up a little bit. We did have a brief discussion with the council at a previous meeting, and I apologize, I don't remember what date that was, but the direction from the council is that we should know what's in the right-of-way. So the issue isn't related to utility boxes alone, it's what else is in the right-of-way that might need to be repaired. And then I'm going to look at Jason to kind of explain what it all is within the proposal, what all that covers.
The proposal is to drive the streets and electronically capture all of the images, and then literally someone would go through the video and mark in where the actual locations are. So it'd be building the database of the electrical pedestals. We also had provisions in there, I think it was for street lights, utility poles, and I want to say there was one other item. I don't remember if it was boulevard trees or other. I think there was 4 included in there that would be part of that effort.
Utility poles, electrical and cables, and telephone cables.
Okay, so I guess it's a 3.
Oh, I'm sorry, street lights, street signs.
Or street signs, that's the one
Yeah.
I was missing. So it'd be to inventory those, but that would be just to build the database. That would not identify condition necessarily or ownership.
So we still have the ownership issue.
You'd still have to manually go, I presume, manually go out to the site, unless we can say with confidence, based on the picture and the known service area of the provider, what those would be, but it doesn't end with the inventory.
So do other cities do this inventory?
I am not familiar with anybody doing this.
And my understanding is that the utilities are legally obligated us to provide us with maps of where their utilities are. In my past life, I've seen them from Excel and from Centerpoint, and they tend to be quite accurate. So I don't know why I know they have to give that to us, and I feel like that's before we go to this step of assessing condition, which is really the second step, but the piece about inventorying them, they're legally obligated to provide us with a map of their utilities in our city, and I think we need to be a little bit stronger about demanding that from them, and then see where we have to go through from there, where the gaps are, and maybe some portion of this study is still necessary, but I don't feel like we should be starting from square one on this.
Okay, I'm not familiar with that.
Yes, they are. So, and we do that frequently on design projects or project areas. We call in design locates is what we call, and they send the electronic files of their inventory of their, and they are generally pretty accurate these days. Doesn't tell you the condition, of course, but it tells you the location and the type.
So if we see, for example, something that's fallen apart, we could do a locate there, or we would send them an information saying, give us your utilities in this. I'm assuming the locate is the same as the 911 or the 811.
Yes, run through
Okay.
the same program. That's exactly right. Yes, you can submit it that way, and you can literally just draw in the area you want. It's pretty automated now. Just draw in a box of the area you want covered, and they'll send everything that pertains.
So has that been the hang-up, is figuring out who owns these boxes?
Yes.
So,
Yeah, that's one of them. So
I mean,
we don't know how many boxes are that need in repair.
I would think if somebody has a box they see needs repair, they could report it, but I mean, I don't know that, I don't know, does it make sense to have somebody from the city go around and check all this stuff? It seems like it should
certainly does,
be.
instead of spending $31,000 to have Stantec do it.
Well,
I mean,
it
if
just
one of
seems-
Marty's part-time guys drove around for 2 or 3 days, what are you gonna spend, 2 or 3 days worth of wages?
But I'm assuming, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Now, to me, if you go back to that box that was up there, does
Yeah.
that box have any working mechanical properties in it?
Only the property owner would know.
Well, I would,
No. I don't know.
personally, I would send a notice to the property owner and say, you've got until October 15th or whatever the date is to fix it, or I'm gonna take the skid steer and I'll fix it.
Okay, well, you can't do that, but I would think that if you had a utility box that looked like that, and like if I had that in my yard or on my street, I would be calling my provider and say, hey, I've got an issue here. So is the hang up that has happened and we're not getting any momentum, or is the hang up that phone call never happened?
I think the hang-up is the phone call never happened, and there's others that are bothered by these boxes on other properties.
but it doesn't seem like rocket science to figure out who owns this.
It shouldn't be that hard. Like, your utility should have all of that information. Like, we shouldn't have to go around and look at they would know where their street lights are. They know where their lines are. They know where their boxes are. Like, your utility should know all of those things. And if the problem is that we don't know who it is, again, look at the service territory. give them a phone call and they'll tell you if it's not theirs. And most of the time, if you're buttoned up to another, sorry, I work at a utility. I mean, I should have said that first. You know which ones are yours and whose they are if it's not yours. And they should be able to point you in the right direction. So I guess, like, here's my thing. If it's bothering you, it's on your neighbor's property, you more than likely, unless you live right where you live, where Excel's stops, you should know what the utility is, or at least get a start to who to call.
Is the problem here we can't get them to fix these things? I don't know what the root problem is.
We haven't called anybody to fix
I think the
it.
root problem is if I'm understanding you correctly, this is what I'm hearing you say, and tell me if I'm wrong, please, is that we don't know whose utility box that is, and so we can't even start. Is that the problem statement?
I'm going to say that's step 2. Step 1 is we don't have the time or capacity to go out and do an inventory of this.
You shouldn't have to, is what I'm telling you.
Right.
You should be able, the
I don't
utility
either.
should be able to give that to you.
So the complaint is the city should go to look at every utility box in the city and figure out, okay, the abandoned ones or the ones that are damaged, go figure out who needs to fix this.
Well, okay.
We don't have time to do that.
No, I don't think you do, but I don't think you should. Not that I don't think that it should be fixed, but that's on your utility to maintain their equipment. We don't own that box. They own that box. Same thing with their, like the transmission lines. Like, we would never go out and be like, oh yeah, that needs to be fixed.
Right.
Like, you would call them and say, hey, we got a line down. They would come out and they would fix it. Like, that's.
That call isn't happening.
So, but that's what I'm saying is we got to take some responsibility that if you have an issue and you see this and it's bothering you that much where we were even asking to spend $31,000 to make an inventory of them, you could pick up the phone. I could pick up the phone tomorrow and be like, where is this one? I'll make a phone call. Like, it's not my service territory, but I could tell you whose it is. Like, I'm not trying, this is coming off really aggressive. I don't mean to come at you, John, and I'm really
Can
sorry.
we back up a little bit here? What's the problem?
These are eyesores.
They're eyesores
Okay.
and someone wants
So-
them taken care of.
So the eyesores, then we should be able to do the locates, find out who owns it, and does the city have power to tell them to
Fix it?
fix it?
Within our right of way, so kind of what I'm going back to, this is one out of, say, 2,000 utility boxes in Dayton.
Yeah,
We don't know how many of them are damaged.
well, okay,
We know there's at least one of them.
right?
Oh, there's more than one.
Okay, so why don't
There's
we-
many more than
There's
one.
many
Okay,
more.
So
so
the
let's say
question-
there's 20.
Okay.
Why would we spend, not sure what exactly we're trying to fix here.
Mayor, I think
Trying to
I'll stop you there. This is not something that staff's wanting to do. I want to make sure that that's
I
clear.
gather that.
Like,
Okay,
like,
yeah.
we're
I
not
gather
wanting to do this aspect.
But-
We're not wanting to spend
Lem-
31
lem-
grand.
Yep.
We're getting asked to do work that we don't have time to do, and we're trying to figure out what's a solution we
Well-
can figure out and help with. It'd be the same thing as we have residents are our biggest helpers for code enforcement.
Yeah.
It should be the same thing. We're looking for residents to help us
Yes. That's what
maintain
I'm
those
looking
things.
Yeah.
So
It's
if we
not-
see this, does the
Yeah.
city have an obligation to at least say, let's say it's whatever Joe Blow's phone company, which looks like phone lines. Do we have the power to call them and say, your box is falling apart, come fix it?
If we have a complaint about a specific box, in
Yep.
the cases, it's all of them that are being complained about.
No, not all of them, just the ones that
Well,
look
the
like
one-
that.
Yeah, but we don't know how many of those are or where they
Well,
are.
then let
Well,
them be
drive
complained
around.
about.
Well, if no one's saying anything about them, I mean, not that I think that we should leave them crappy, but if we're complaint based on everything else, if somebody comes forward and says on the corner of this street and that street, there's a box that's, looks like this, then that would warrant us being, okay, like, who do we need to call?
Right.
Not, let's go around and look and see if maybe there's a problem at every single corner. Like, it just seems silly to me. I'm
I
not
agree.
understanding.
I'm not sure what we're doing here.
I think the city
3 or
has a
4 days,
role.
you can get an inventory. Somebody just drive around and look.
Are you volunteering, Scott?
But why do we need an inventory?
To know how many boxes look like that.
Okay, so that's different. If you're talking about, you want to hunt down boxes that are falling apart, maybe, I get that. The whole inventory thing seems kind of odd.
No, and I feel like we can get most of that information right from the utilities. I don't agree that the city should drive around and find all of these. I think it should be complaint-based. I think we could advertise, through the
Communicator.
communicator or, other ways to encourage people if they have damaged utility boxes to call, right? And why does the city have a role in it? Well, it's our right of way that this is in, number one. And I think that when they're, if the answer from the utility is that, well, it's an abandoned box, we're not doing anything with those, I think we do have to bring some weight to this thing, and I think we have some weight. I would call that unresponsive on their part for not removing abandoned equipment from our right of way, and it looks like there's an escalation path if they ignore the city. So I feel like we've got a role in here beyond what the homeowner can do on their own, and it is in our right of way.
If I'm not mistaken, the city's EDA, or the EDA's attorney gave staff a path to handle this.
We don't have that path. So just,
We don't
if I
have it or
remember
we
right,
don't want to do
the
it.
EDA's attorney had mentioned that of using, I think it was escrows, to fund replacing the boxes. We don't have that.
We don't
in
have
place.
escrows on these things.
No.
No.
Well, okay.
Yeah, I could be mistaken on that, but the general idea is we do not hold funds from the utility companies for.
That
what
was
they do
the
right now.
path.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what the path was. I mean, to me, it's just a simple thing to take care of. I mean, once you call the utility company and have them fix it. If they don't,
Okay.
Sure.
fix it.
So the direction I'm hearing from the council
Well,
is
So
complaint
it
basis.
sounds like the EDA chair wants to speak to this, so go ahead.
So Tim, you can go ahead and talk.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Council, hello. EDA Chair Hutner here. I think this system goes a little deeper than what we're discussing tonight. This is not about an individual or a company or a person being able to connect. This is about a company that doesn't have the wherewithal or the demeanor to continue servicing these boxes. As a city, we should be very vigilant on city services. We charge for these as a public tax or a increment of a tax that we are collecting. And if you are in fact a business or a company that needs still landline twisted pair, you're not going to get service. So at that point, with the discussion I had with a neighbor of mine, and it was at the air conditioning shops, that it was their Super Bowl. It was 95, 99 degrees outside. They can't even get the public utilities to come out and service what they have on twisted pair. It's deeper than that, and I think that 31,000 run around and take pictures. I don't know, and I know admin did not want to engage this, but we're the ones paying the taxes as a business, and it's either going to be twisted pair, it's going to be. They won't even service coax anymore. Now they want to sell us fiber at the tune of $780 a month. So I want you to just really understand that this is a thing, and not that I just want to jump up and down and say, hey, no worries. This particular box you have up on the screen, that is 3 houses down, and that is over by Lucero's property. And that's 200 twisted pair that we're supposed to be working our phone lines off of, and you can see the coax coming out of that. I believe as a city, as an EDA, and as an infrastructure, we have a clear path that we should say, oh, enough of this. You fix this, or we get the skid steer and start making holes. And then somebody will come out and fix it. I just want to make sure that was pretty clear. In any service department, whether you're an individual, whether you're a business, try and get some help. I have had point-blank discussions with the technicians that come out, and they say, we will not fix them. Okay, you want to take a stance? Here we are. Now what do we do? That's what I needed to tell you.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I apologize, the speakers aren't working above,
Yeah,
so that's why you can't hear.
So
I apologize. You can't
it
hear.
seems like what he's saying is that a homeowner or a business knows who the utility is and they want something like this fixed, they're going to the utility when in fact they should be going to the city. Because we have the authority. Well, if it's in our right of way,
Mayor and members of the
Go ahead.
council, so the idea would be that they would go to the utility first. If they don't make any progress there,
Yep.
then they should reach out to the city and say, have contacted the utility, they've done nothing about it, it is in the right of way, can you help me?
Yeah.
The answer would be,
Okay.
yes, we can.
Yes.
That seems like,
I
yeah.
think that seems like a reasonable ask at this point.
Yes.
And we do them on a one-off basis, so that if it bugs the homeowner that much, we're happy to help. I think it's just more or less at a staff level, we don't have the ability to drive around.
babysit.
We
Yeah, I
can't.
get it, I
We
get
have
it.
enough babies sitting and we do other things, so.
It does seem odd that your utility wouldn't be concerned about this, but, and maybe they don't even know about it, I don't know. But it,
I don't know the answer.
Yeah,
I think
I'm not sure.
I
I think what
his
he's,
point was they're stopping this type of service and they're offering a more expensive service like fiber and stuff, so they're discontinuing to even maintain these.
well, but as long as they're in our right of way, it seems like we have the authority to say,
You have to maintain it.
fix your crap,
or remove it.
or remove it.
And to help them escalate it up that process, like David said.
Yeah, if we don't get somewhere, we're gonna go to the Public Utilities Commission and say, help us out here,
Yeah.
do something.
Right.
So are we good with whatever that was?
So my interpretation and direction is that it's complaint-based.
Yeah.
Yep.
I
Like
think
everything
so.
else is.
Okay.
But I
Well,
think
and then
we
we do
should
what
try
we
to
can.
acquire those route maps.
Trust me, it's not going away.
No, it's fine.
So, yeah, so Mayor, members of council, what we could do is see if we can get those maps or whatever from there and see if we can somehow incorporate into some sort of GIS file or something that we can have on either Stantec or Public Works to maintain or whatever, so we know where they're at. So I think that's something we can do.
But even knowing where they're at, I mean, let's say we know where this one's at. I'm
Well, it's not
sure
necessarily that, maybe it's who
fixes the
owns it
problem.
too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
who owns it, I guess.
Who owns it is the question, because that's what we gotta call, so.
Who
Okay.
you call, and as long as we're using this example, I mean, that's pretty clearly phone stuff.
Yeah, it looks like.
Yeah.
And the box has a number on it, so it's on somebody's inventory. And
Right.
that would be helpful, I think, with the communication with the utility to say your box located at, and it's this number, if that's still
we
your
good?
inventory
Yep.
system.
Okay,
Help them track it down.
yes. Come on up.
Keith Grover, 113th and Fernbrook again. I want to echo what Tim said. I understand where he's coming from. Him and I have had that discussion before, and it's been going on for a year and a half or 2 years. And the issue you see with the phone company, and that's a phone company box. There's no doubt about that. And that's, I mean, who else besides CenturyLink has phone in our city? So that's what it is. That box is probably 50 years old, and they probably are trying to phase out some of the old copper wire. But there's a huge portion of the city of Dayton, especially the rural part, that doesn't have the fiber optic like all the new developments do. That's, through a box just like that is where I get my phone and my internet. And I've had the box directly in front of my house get left open. And you look and nobody ran into it. No cars went off the road. I certainly didn't hit it with my lawnmower, which the guy that came to fix it accused me of doing. But it does take them a long time to respond to that. And usually you have to take several calls to them saying, hey, I mean, do I have to wait until I don't have any phone service or internet before you come out and close the box? I have a pretty accurate theory on why a lot of those boxes are sitting open like that. They don't fall open by themselves. The covers go on and the top sits on them and it locks them all together. It takes a lot to bang them apart with a hammer to get them to open up like that. I've watched them do it. The folks that are out working on the location, locating underground utilities for all of these new developments, they're the ones that open those things up. They go in and they hook their equipment up to them so they can they send a signal through the line and they can follow where it goes. They do that with the phone lines, they do that with the electrical boxes, and they leave, and they're open. They don't close them back up. I've watched, there was one on Elm Creek Road and Fernbrook on the southeast corner of that intersection. It's a huge box, underground box.
I
That
seen
thing,
it. I walked right by it and almost fell in it.
I'm surprised somebody hasn't broken a leg in it, because that one they leave open, the one that's in front of Dean's Country Manor, it's the same type of a box. It's a big fiberglass or concrete box that they put in the ground. They pull the top off, they do their thing, then they leave, and they don't put the cover back on. So, I mean, that's again an issue, I guess, between the locating contractors and the phone company. But I don't think we get anything resolved unless somebody is willing to rattle the cage of these phone companies and get them to come out and fix this stuff. There's an overhead phone line that's south of Elm Creek Road that's been, well, you can stand on the ground and touch it, and it's been that way for 5 years. After it was hanging down, a car went off the road and took what was left of the pole out that used to hold it up. They came out and they took the pole away. They didn't put a new pole in and fix the line. So they don't want to spend any money on this, and like I say, unless somebody rattles their cage, they're not going to do anything about it. And what I would ask from you guys is that I don't want to see these guys have to run around the city and look for these boxes. I think that's crazy. Like David said, they can tell us where they are.
Yeah.
So that at least you'll know where they are. If somebody calls in, you can look and see, oh yeah, that's CenturyLink, or that's, Connexus, or whoever it is. But maybe we could, through our website or through our newsletter, put together an article to the folks that live in the city and saying, we're looking at trying to get these companies to upgrade these and to fix the issues. If there's any in your area, please let us know. So that at least, they can maybe give them the phone number for Connexus or the electric company or whatever, or CenturyLink or whatever, might be there. And they can make that call. And if they have issue with it, to please get back to us.
Yes.
Like Zach said, and then they can follow up on it. But if you don't have that mechanism in the works, it's not going to change.
Well, yeah, we haven't done anything about it. I mean, for a year and a half, we haven't made that call. So, I mean, it's understandable that nothing's happening.
Well, you said that we did talk to the Public Utilities Commission, and their first comment was, you have to. So it sounds like that's we need to educate everyone on the process. Step one is the homeowner has to call the utility. If you didn't get a response, then let the city know, and then we can do our part. But that first call has to happen before we can rattle the cage, as
Right,
you
the
say.
first call
So-
has to happen, and the individual has to know who to make that first
Yes.
call to. Because
Yeah.
not everybody can look at that box and say, oh, I know that's a phone box, and
Yeah.
we have Connexus, right?
Yeah.
So, or CenturyLink, excuse me.
Yeah. So if you don't know who it is, you can contact the city, and we can help you figure out who that is.
If
'cause
they
we
have
can
the
get those
information
maps.
from the,
Yeah.
that we need to request, yeah.
Does that is that a reasonable thing?
Complaint basis and,
Yeah. More about an education on how that complaint basis works,
Yep.
so people know what the process is.
Well, it's a lot of detectives in the city. We need to use them. But they need to know where to direct their, their information. So,
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so I think we beat that one pretty good. Item G.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Tonight, you're asked to hold a public hearing regarding Resolution 60-2025. The city staff is recommending denial of a requested right-of-way vacation on Bate Street between Dayton River Road and Shady View Lane North. So here is the extent of the right-of-way that is proposed to be vacated by an adjacent property owner. The applicants provided the legal description for the entirety of the right-of-way that is shown on the picture. The reason for the vacation is that the applicant feels it's necessary in order to meet setbacks on a corner lot in connection with an existing home to be relocated on this property. The applicant's intention is to construct a new 3-car garage attached to the home, and the right-of-way vacation would allow for the proposed plan to fit on the site. So just a little bit of the process, as this is a little bit of a unique situation. As one, some of you may be familiar with requests for vacation of easements related to maybe replatting or something of the like. This is a requested vacation of a street right-of-way that does not have a street located on it. So the picture that I put together kind of shows a rough understanding of how the right-of-way would be divvied up if it were to be vacated. This right-of-way, just for context, was dedicated under the town site of Dayton plat that was established in 1866. So that a little bit of context I wanted to provide you, that it has not been utilized by utilities or for public street in over 150 years. So staff does acknowledge that historically the area has not been utilized. But in regard to vacating a public street, state statute does have to find that there is a public interest in the matter. And staff, through review of a couple of items, one being any sort of realignment of the connection of County Road 13, which is Brockton Lane North, and County Road 12 being Dayton River Road, could be utilized as a larger connection point for Shady View Lane North access, rather than this offset access down here that has been identified as somewhat of an issue. Again, this is not, for more context, this is a hypothetical situation. There hasn't been any plans by Hennepin County proposed. Any type of study that would be done for that realignment, whether it be a roundabout or something that could achieve a four-legged roundabout there, that would be done through a corridor study prior to any improvements to Dayton River Road. Additionally, I believe that there is going to be a discussion tonight about potential advances on a water tower project in the village. This area is potentially an opportunity for utilities from the well site to the south to wherever that location is for the water tower. Could potentially be, this could be utilized as a utility corridor to make that connection. Again, this is not final. Obviously, it depends on what site is ultimately located for the water tower. But without knowing those two variables, it is staff's belief that the intent is to maintain this as right-of-way, even if it is not being utilized currently. If you get rid of it at this point, then you lose any opportunity to utilize it in the future. So staff's recommendation, again, is denial. However, given the historical circumstances, we understand that there has been a resolution that has also been drafted for approval for your consideration too. Again, City Council's role is to hold a public hearing on this matter. Notice was published in the mail, or in the newspaper, excuse me, twice as required by state statute, and mailed notice was sent out to surrounding property owners. Again, we did reach out to the utility providers within the area regarding this, as is required, and have not heard any information about utilities being located within that area. Really, the only request that we got from the utility providers is that the vacation is limited to Bates Street and not doesn't hinder the existing right-of-way on Dayton River Road or Shady View Lane North. So,
Any question for staff?
Yes, so are the setbacks different in the historic village than in our current subdivisions?
they are a little bit different. So this area of the village is zoned RO, which is a residential old village, I believe it's what it's called, or historic village. And the setback is dependent on what side of the house is on for the dwelling setback, and it is different for the side that the garage is on. So on the living side of the property for a side yard setback is 10 feet, whereas if you are on a side yard that isn't adjacent to a street, it would be 5 feet.
Okay.
Now, in discussions with this, from my understanding, and I can pull this up too to show on the survey of the proposed location of the house, the width of the proposed house and garage, because right now the house does not have a garage on it, is 82 feet. So it's a 100-foot lot with an 82-foot wide structure, which would allow for that 15-foot separation if you read the code as it is stated, where on a corner lot adjacent to a street. In this case, this corner lot is adjacent to a right-of-way. However, there is no street located within that right-of-way. Now, just a hypothetical situation, at any point where a street is eventually installed while the house is located, say you minimize that setback that is adjacent to the north property, you'd have, I believe it's 8 feet maybe, if you're using, if my math is correct, is 8 feet from that south property line. That structure would eventually become a legally non-conforming structure and would be able to maintain that location on the property. However, that would entail having a structure that is 8 feet from the street right-of-way on a corner lot, which would be inconsistent with what you see if the street was already there and they had proposed a house. So let me see if I can pull this up here just briefly.
Well, I'm just asking because I was just looking at some of the subdivisions just down the road on Dayton River Road, and I was just obviously very quickly clicking through just the lot sizes, and there's quite a few corner lots that are smaller in acreage, which is why I was wondering if there was like how they managed to pull this off, because those are some pretty big homes with some pretty big garages, but it sounds like the setbacks are different.
They are different. If a street was located on that, the setback for the corner side yard would be 20 feet instead of 5 or 10, depending on how the house is oriented.
Okay.
But this is the applicant has provided a survey showing the proposed location. There's about a 31-foot 9-inch separation from this. What would be the new property line if it was vacated? And I believe that this side was roughly 16.5 to 17 feet was the proposed location. Given that the north 30 half of the right-of-way would go back to this property owner. Now, again, I do want to emphasize that one of the main considerations for the city council here tonight is what is in the best interest of the public when it comes to vacating right-of-way. Staff has laid out a couple of hypothetical situations that allow for opportunity to utilize this. Again, I want to emphasize that there has been no official determinations made in terms of future utilization of the right-of-way, but we just wanted to point that out because if you essentially get rid of this right-of-way, there is little to no opportunity to get it back.
Yeah.
With that being said, with the historical context, there are other alternatives potentially for utility corridor within other right-of-ways. So just wanted to provide full context for the city council to make a decision here.
And there was nothing during when they did run utilities, there was nothing run through here, correct?
Say that again?
There was nothing run through here when they did do utilities. So they already have. Yeah, okay.
Mr. Mayor, there is no current utilities.
Correct.
in this right-of-way. That is correct.
Any other questions for staff?
It's a public hearing, so I will open up the public hearing, and anybody wants to come forward, name and address, and
Can you please go back to the picture? Yeah, that.
This one.
Yep. My name is Joe Plant. My address is 18270 Dayton River Road. My property is the Orange property. I have lived there 54 out of 60 years. It was my parents' property. I bought it from them in '91. Personally, myself, I would love to have that road vacated. It serves no purpose. In my opinion, living there all my life and with the traffic that goes through every day, there's a roundabout and getting up to Shady View on Bates makes absolutely no sense. If you're going to run utilities from the current well to a water tower, you go up Shady View. Or you go up on the other end of Shady View where you can't see it, but it's more to the east, where there's a lift station for the sewer. Everything from me, from McAlpine's well drilling for the utilities runs down past Shady View to the lift station up and then naturally flows to Otsego through downtown where it's lifted again at the DNR. So in my opinion, I would love to have the road vacated. Me and Eric have talked about it for a long time. It's just, it never, there was no reason for it, but I can't see what the purpose of not vacating it would serve. If you want to serve the residents, having that street there is, it's just something that was on a plot back in whenever the city was plotted out. Bates Avenue continues into where the County Road 12 sign is, and all the way into Slabtown, or, I don't know if you guys know it as Slabtown, but into Slabtown, Bates, that's a straight shot. If you're, but in that area, right, if you ran Bates to the west, that's all natural gas, hydrant locations, all the city utilities run through there. The city sewer runs, you can't see my driveway, but instead of being in the road, the city sewer runs basically where the orange line is. And so they didn't put it in the road at the time, they put it in my driveway. And there's also underground utilities from Elk River Municipal there. There is a streetlight, which would be located at the blue corner of the blue and County Road 12. Right there, that's a streetlight, because then I know 60 feet is where the road is. But, and I think there's another streetlight up on Shady View. So, I don't know, does anyone have any questions for me?
Thanks.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Keith Grover, 113th Fernbrook. In looking at this property and knowing the area, and the gentleman described it very well where the current utilities are, I can't see any reason why we wouldn't vacate that property. I honestly can't. And I know that there are other pieces of property like that in the city that were laid out back when people drove horses and wagons and buggies. And for us to keep hanging on to those because they fell into the grid, the section or section line layout back in the 1800s, I think is absolutely insane. I think that property is of no use to the city, and I think it would be of great use to the people that live there, and I'm sure they would greatly appreciate knowing that they're probably taking care of it now and probably have for years, that it's actually their property, and I think that would be the right thing to do. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else? Is there anybody online?
So this is a public hearing. If you wanted to speak on this topic, if you could use the raise your hand function.
Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Discussion?
Is it possible to vacate the road easement but keep the easement for utilities and water if that is, or is it an all or nothing?
It would be an all or nothing situation. I guess the only situation that may work is having a private conversation with the property owners that would allow for an easement to be established on the property, but that would be up to the private property owners.
I agree with Keith. I don't like the city holding on to easements that it doesn't have good plans for. We have easements all over the place. I've got a road easement going through my backyard. It's never gonna be a road. But, yeah, I don't like these either. And I get that you wanna plan ahead, but I just for the life of me, I can't see how we'd ever need that, and the current landowners can use it.
Well, we've only had 150 years to think this one through, but I do, we know that sometime in the next 6 years-ish that they're going to do a redesign on this road, and particularly that Brockton intersection. So I guess my question is this doesn't line up very well with that intersection at all, so is it really even feasible that land would be needed for something else other than a new revised Shady View that would connect into the new roundabout.
And then you got a property that's basically encircled by roads. Yeah, I don't know why you'd put a road, even if you did do a roundabout and moved it to the south. I still would suspect it would be a three-legged roundabout. I don't know why you'd go up to Shady View.
To your point as well, Councilmember Fashion, I will say that we do not know if it is even feasible for a roundabout to be located in this, one, without additional right-of-way, and two, whether there be even four legs on that roundabout. So I just wanted to clarify that we do not know that if it's feasible or not. That would come with a corridor study that would happen prior to the roadway improvement.
Name and address.
Again, Joe Plant, 18270 Dayton River Road. If we're talking about Shady View and Dayton River Road, and Paul can maybe attest to this, I've never known of an accident there. You grew up on that corner, Dennis. I don't know that. It's a issue. There are issues in streets in Dayton where it's hard to get out.
Yeah.
That's not one of them. People should be going 30 miles an hour once they get to that point, and people turning left go towards my or turning right to go towards my house or left to go to Champlin. Like I said, I've lived there all my life, basically, and I don't know of an accident that's happened there. There's been a few in front of my house, but not at that intersection. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
All right, thanks. So where are we at? Opinions?
I don't see any reason why not to vacate it, really. I mean, I don't believe there's going to be a great big redevelopment of Old Town. I mean, I could be wrong 100 years from now, but maybe 100 years from now we're Minneapolis, I don't know. But
Okay, so we will need either a motion to resolution to deny, or was there, you said there was a
There's a
resolution?
resolution.
Yeah, it would be a motion to adopt resolution 60-2025, and then it's approving or denying, whichever.
So you just choose if you want to.
So it's going to be the same number, but we need just that distinction. You're adopting the resolution approving.
Okay. All right,
Or
so
deny.
so if we're done speaking, I would like a motion and a second.
Stephanie, did you have any?
I don't see a clear use for keeping it, so.
To me, it's the possible use, like the only one that's a maybe
Would be
is the water.
But,
then you have the option to come down Shady View.
Yeah, and I said, that's a maybe, but like, there's no road that's going there.
no, there's no road that's going, there.
If I could just
Go
note,
ahead.
part of the reason to not use Shady View is because there's existing utilities there. This is a separate line that would be could be drilled in to limit disruption. If we go down Shady View, we're probably ripping the whole road up, including disruption to services
You
and
still
temporary
have to
water.
hit Shady View, right? I mean, you still have to.
Potentially, but it depends on where the tower goes. So we really don't know at this time. We just know if it is vacated, that's not an option. I guess that's the only thing for certain, so.
Can we shrink it?
That I'm not familiar with. I didn't look into that essentially because the request was to vacate the entirety
Yeah.
of the right of way.
I would think if we shrunk it, then it's not usable as a road, so then even more why have it.
Well, for the utilities, that would be my only thought, like if it could be shrunken so that we still have it for possible utilities, but then the homeowners can still do what they need, like, is that I'm just wondering if that's a compromise position, so that it's still preserved for possible utilities, but still allows the landowners to do what they want to do. I'm just trying to find win-wins, that's all.
If I could
Yeah.
interject just on the safe side, because the public hearing was specifically written for the
Okay.
entirety and the legal
Yes.
description was tied to it.
Okay.
That would probably have to come back.
Got it.
So
Okay.
that would really prolong the,
Okay, I'll take it right back off the table then.
So correct me if I'm wrong, if we don't vacate it and the garage and house goes in, I think you said the road is 8 feet from the garage?
the
The
road that
right
will
of
never
way,
happen.
the right of way would be 8 feet from the garage. If you're, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm thinking curb to curb is 32 feet, in a.
Okay.
Generally about 15 feet right away to curb.
Okay.
For a road that's never gonna get built, and we know that, it is simply we're holding this for possible water usage. So, we could also just let the house go in as is without, like, you said, we could just let the house get built because it won't be violating anything right now.
The way that the zoning ordinance is written, I would agree with that, yes.
Okay. So the house as desired with the garage as desired could just get built right now anyway. And then, like, so you could still do what they want to do without vacating it. And then we'd still have it if we need the water. And then there's no road that's ever going to get built there anyway, so.
That would be my understanding, but a verbal understanding that a roadway would never get built there is
Not the
hard
same, yes.
is hard to keep up with on that, but.
Valid.
And that's essentially the reason for writing both resolutions.
Correct. Sorry, yeah. I agree with Hayden.
So if we keep it at, I think I missed this entirely, so I apologize. But, so, sir, what you're saying is that if we said, nope, we're just gonna leave it like it is, because a road is probably not gonna be feasible there anyway, everything that the owner wants to build on there could be built.
Yes.
So what we're asking for is to remove the potential that a road could ever go there,
Yes.
even though I don't know.
I mean, that's why, like, to me, the road easement is not what I care about.
I
It's
care about the water,
easement.
correct.
And so that's, because that's the thing that might happen. The road will not happen.
Well,
The
you
water
want-
might happen.
Which you have the flexibility now if you
Yes.
needed it for the water. You may not, we
You may
don't
not.
know that, but you have the flexibility to use it for the water instead of we vacate it and then if it would have been better, you can't do it.
From the
Councilor Henderson, you are
residents-
correct. That is-
From the resident standpoint,
not
though,
get
that's a
that
lot of
question.
land to lock up for something that is extremely unlikely to happen. I just don't
Yes,
see us
valid.
using that.
Okay.
For the water or for?
Anything.
For any of it?
Yeah.
I guess I don't know enough about
The water.
the water down there to know
But
what
if
the
you've got-
probability that we would need it.
But if there's 3 people who are saying vacate it, then it doesn't matter, vacate it.
All right,
Yeah,
let's,
I'll make a motion,
just trying to
motion
understand.
to
Same.
approve the vacation.
okay, Scott. Need a second? I'll do the second. Any more discussion?
I'm sorry, his motion was to vacate it.
To approve, yes.
Okay. This is very confusing.
Yep.
Appreciate that.
Okay, no more discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
Okay. So
I didn't realize Dave was with Steph and I.
that, that leaves us with,
My,
it's not approved, and so I don't
Yeah, I'd
understand
like-
this whole denial.
So-
That motion died.
The motion,
The motion
Right.
died.
the motion failed, so now we are
Did you
back
send
to
me
the
on this
original
I
request,
do
and it
wanna
would be
hear
a motion for denial if that is the
I don't understand
direction.
a motion for denial. I mean, you either approve something or not.
I think it's where I was confused of the denial, but no, I voted correctly, just put that out there, but I was like, is his motion to
So
deny?
there's a request to vacate, and we just failed to vacate.
So
Doesn't it fall?
That means
The
nothing
motion,
happens.
Mayor, the
Go ahead.
motion that was, that the council voted on failed. So that means that nothing happened at this point. You either need to have a motion to reconsider the motion that was just made
Yep.
and failed, or you would have to make a new motion to take a different action. And in this case, it would be, you could vote on the resolution to deny, the version that was written to deny the vacation. Otherwise, a failed motion to approve isn't a denial, it's a failed motion.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
that
the
means-
motion
So then
was to
nothing
vacate.
changes.
So we're not vacating.
so we don't need
So-
to
yeah,
vote
so
on
the-
it, yeah.
If I could clarify.
Go ahead.
There is an active land use application that is connected with this action.
Yep.
We adopt a resolution denying that we went through the process. We held a public hearing, and after
Okay.
consideration, the city council recommended or decided to deny. So that's the whole reason for the motion to approve or deny, is that regardless, we have to adopt a resolution taking action, official action on that application.
Okay. I get it.
So, as council had mentioned, that your decisions are now to reconsider the previous motion or to make a motion to deny.
Okay.
Dennis, can I speak again?
Yes, come on up.
And the applicant is also here as well.
Yeah.
So could the map back up, please? If we built the water tower, you don't know where it would go, but it would more than likely go on the high ground? Would we use the current well, or would we drill another well?
Current well.
Current well. You know where the current well is on this map?
I do.
Yeah, okay, so you're telling me that you're gonna somehow go through, I'm gonna just stand up and point here. This is a road. This is still a road, possibly the way it's drawn out. The well is here. You're gonna go here and here to get up here. When the well is down here and you have farmland that you could just go up Shady View. Why you're talking about putting water here makes absolutely no sense, because water already goes up there. Water already goes up Shady View. The people on Shady View have city water. So if you're, ladies, if you're talking about wanting to leave that thing open so you could put
It is already
big
plugged
water?
for water, so. yeah.
Big water? It makes no sense. You're talking about $30,000 that you don't want to spend on this, but you're spending a hell of a lot more money going that route than you would the other route.
Thanks.
Jason, do you have
Engineer.
something to say?
Sure.
No, it's fine. That's not true. It would actually be a lot cheaper to not go down the roadway. There is water there, it's a 6-inch
Well,
line that's insufficient for the connection
Okay.
between the two facilities, so an additional
Right.
or an upsized line has to be done.
Okay.
If it's an upsize,
And-
it's a total reconstruct of the roadway, much, much more expensive.
You've
than an
driven on
alternate.
Shady View?
Yes, I have.
It's horrible. It needs to be reconstructed anyways.
I would
shot.
argue with that as
Yeah.
well, but that's.
No, of course you would. You don't live there.
Okay.
Well, anyway,
All right.
so that's my opinion. I would really like to see it vacated,
Okay.
but it is what it is. You guys have
All
a
right,
good night.
thanks.
Thank you.
All right, where are we at?
What are your insights?
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to at least try to articulate my hesitation in approving this vacation at this time. And I don't know enough about the water piece, to know that what the desired route is. We're going to talk later about potentially where the water tower could be. And so they're sort of unknown pieces to me. What the county's going to do with the road, we've got little to no insight on that, because they haven't done it yet either. And it just, for me, this is not a no ever. It's we're on the cusp of a couple of significant decisions being made around where the water tower will go and where ultimately what they might do with the road, which may be nothing. And if that turns out to be the case, then then we have no even potential use for this land, and I would get rid of it in a heartbeat. But I just feel like there's enough that's not known, and that the timing of this isn't 10 years, it's 5 years or less, that we will know, is there a need for it or not? And that's my hesitation in voting yes.
That's kind of where I'm at. And also because they can still build the home as desired. Like, they can move forward as planned. And then if in 5 years it turns out we don't need it, you can come back and ask for the vacation then, and we can be like, yes, absolutely. We know where the water tower went. We know where the road went. We know we're never going to need this. Have at it. And meanwhile, the house can still move forward And like, that's why I asked, like, the house can still move forward as they would like it to move forward without this vacation. So then go ahead and do that and then give us a year or however long it, 5 years, and we can come back and happily vacate it then without having any of these question marks, so.
Mayor, if I could,
Go
I
ahead.
just want to follow up on something that Councilmember Van Asten just said. A promise or even a prospect of coming back in 5 years and asking us, and we'll happily vacate it then.
Okay.
That's not something that this council can do.
True,
You
we may
can't
not be
bind the
here.
action of a future council.
Okay.
And you also don't want to create the false expectation that it would happen at all, much less in a specific time frame. So I just want to clarify for the record that that's probably not a good idea.
Thank you, Amy, and that's why you're here.
You want to speak at all, Eric, or everything you think is covered? Go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and city staff. This has been a very fast process, trying to pull a massive amount of contractors and information together in an expeditious manner. What I would point out to you is was accurately stated that the current width as proposed, this is a 6-bedroom, 4-bath house. Likely, probably support a 4-car garage, given current market demands and lifestyle habits, et cetera. So 3-car garage has it at 82 feet, which I think was mentioned. So 10 feet on the one side would be the extreme, pushing the edge. It has a porch, pushing it all the way to the extreme, would leave then, doing the math, 8 feet. As proposed, I think there is a retaining wall. I don't know if any of you have been out there, but the grade is quite steep. So there's going to be needing to be a retaining wall on the north side, and the document that you have, the surveyor doesn't have the porch touching the 10-foot setback. He's got it in a few more feet to allow for some of these dynamic pieces that are unknown. That's going to push the current 8 feet on the south side, adjacent to this road right-of-way, even less. And so I think as drawn, it's roughly 4 feet from the property line, which would take that 82 feet minus, let's say, 14 feet, and then now we're at, whatever that math is, roughly 4 feet or so from the right-of-way. So just throwing that out there for your consideration as well. So there's that retaining wall. Several retaining walls are going to be needed just due to the grade that's happening there. 6 feet of fill have to be brought in just to get it up to the basement, to get it up to meet the height of the road. So.
Thank you.
Any questions I can answer if there are any, but.
Any? Okay.
All right, thank you so much,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Mayor, members of the council.
Thank you.
All right, so we can do a motion to either reconsider or motion to deny. And I think the reconsider needs to come from one of the no's.
Yeah, obviously. Question about timing. Yeah, because that has to happen so fast. There's no way the well study is going to be done in that's going to be it.
No, the historic village utility plan will
Yeah.
not be done prior to
There's
the
no way that
need
can
for
be done.
this
No. Okay.
information, no.
So.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, I came back up because of the piece on timing. So for timing, the reason also we've been trying to move so fast is because much of the timetable for both the city and other entities has been the Three Rivers Park District and their timetable.
Yes.
And so I just learned today that the house mover I spoke to, he said that allow for about a month for the footings and the foundation to cure before you put the full weight of the house on there.
Yeah.
And so I can't pour footings
Until
I get a permit.
Yeah.
I can't get a permit until a lot of these unknowns happen.
Yeah.
And so there's just another variable there on how we need to move very fast here to allow for a month of curing before that pushes us dangerously close to that October 23rd deadline. And so throwing that out there as well, so there wouldn't be an opportunity for a variance or something like that, even if we are within that buffer. So thank you again.
Okay.
Mayor, members, 5 feet is the setback on that south side, just so you are on the garage side, it's 5 feet is the setback.
And do we need to do a variance to allow that 5-foot setback?
Nope. 5 foot is within the RO district that will be allowed.
Because it's not a road, we
Yes.
don't enforce the corner lot.
Correct.
This is where words matter when it comes to the distinction between right-of-way and street. So I would say that the 5 feet would be considered as the setback on that side with the garage. Now, at the same time, as the applicant had stated, that there may be some necessary retaining walls for the proposed structure to be built adequately on the site that may push that setback in from that 5 feet, at which point a variance would have to be requested at that time. So that would be the kind of the variable that would dictate the setback on that south property line.
Okay. Pick.
Pick which?
Somebody move.
Somebody's got to.
Either reconsider or motion to deny.
I have not
So-
changed my mind. Sorry.
You lost me a little bit in the need for the variance part. So what tips it into needing a variance? Because that would be a timing thing that's legitimate.
Right, the need for the variance would be inadequate space on the proposed location to meet all the setbacks, while at the same time having a retaining wall installed on that north side of the property line. As the applicant had stated, pushing that setback need to the south for the house.
So the need for a variance is likely then?
From the information that I've gathered from the applicant here just now, that sounds like it would be accurate, as it would have to shift the house further south to, I guess, accommodate the retaining wall.
And yeah, the amount of thing we're talking about is a foot. So if we get out of the house, move up a foot, then you don't have to have a variance. If you move it down to where it's proposed at 14 feet from the property line, now you have to have a variance because we're 1 foot off of the setback.
In terms of timing, that is a 60-day process.
Yep. So a game of inches comes down to a foot, so.
And so, again, for where I'm at, the road's a non-issue, it's the water. And there's no way we can come back and ask for an easement after the fact?
We can.
The city
Okay.
can.
Okay,
We can. It doesn't mean it's going to be guaranteed. and
no,
stuff.
but I would,
But yeah, we can.
and again, it's not a guarantee, and I'm not asking the property owners in this moment to say that, but I feel like if we just did, well, I know you can't make any promises, or I can't guarantee that, but.
And I do want to clarify
Yeah.
that we wouldn't be able to make this vacation contingent upon receiving an easement. So
Yeah.
just
Thank you for that. I didn't think we could, so I wasn't gonna say that, but, okay.
Well, this is complicated, I think, because, in many ways, we're encouraging this project.
Yeah.
The whole rescuing the house from the Three Rivers property, was something we initiated and have been encouraging in a number of ways. To put obstacles on this that, it's kind of counter to what we set out to do in terms of the overall concept, I think. I was kind of on the fence around this anyway, but, so I will make a motion to reconsider if those are the right words, to reconsider the motion to deny.
Motion to approve, right?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve that
Yeah.
did not
Approve the
pass.
vacation.
That's what we're reconsidering, the motion
Okay.
to approve.
All right, well, I will second that.
Mr. Mayor, it needs to be seconded by somebody who was
I'll
on the
second.
prevailing side.
Okay, but, and we can talk about it later.
I'll second.
Okay.
So you seconded it.
Yeah. So Dave made the motion to reconsider, and I seconded to reconsider the motion to approve the
Approve
vacation.
the vacation. Okay, so we have had a motion and a second. Is there any more discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
Okay, that passes 4-1. All right.
just to clarify, Council Schmidt, I just wanted to note that motion to reconsider is the adoption of the resolution to approve. There's no needed, okay,
That's
thank you.
correct.
All right, so we are on to item H.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Staff was contacted by a farmer who kind of brought to our attention that changes in how regulations applied for franchise fees had changed, in that the farmers would have to pay a franchise fee for 12 months out of the year versus the months where gas grain bin dryers are being used. We had kind of thought we had everything figured out, and then talking with another farmer, found out that there's also the same issue with the Connexus, or electrical franchise fee. So what we're asking the council to do is to table this so that we can kind of work on this a little bit and then bring it back at the next meeting.
All right, need a motion to table?
Motion to table?
Do we have to open the public hearing?
Yes, we do.
Oh,
I
oops, never mind.
apologize. So this
Sorry,
is
yep,
advertised
I
as a
forgot
public
about that.
hearing.
All right, I'll open the public hearing for this item.
Did we close the last one?
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
yep, and I just want to clarify that it'd be not to close the public hearing at this
Yeah.
point for tabling.
Right.
Anybody here to speak to this? Anybody online?
If you wanted to speak on this matter, you can use the raise your hand function. Not seeing it.
Okay. All right, so now I need a motion to table.
I'll make a motion to table.
Need a second.
I'll second.
And to clarify, will this come back at the next meeting, do you think?
That is the
Okay.
intent.
We should get on it, because grain drying is.
So, yeah, Mayor, members of council, the reason why it's coming in front of you today is the grain drying ends in November. So we have a couple of months to figure this out.
Oh, when
but-
it ends?
But
Yeah.
when you can't turn off gas utility from CenterPoint anymore for the gas grain dryers, natural gas grain dryers. You can't shut them off anymore. That's the problem we have. And that ends in November. So we do have a little bit of time and a little wiggle, but
Not
we are aware of it and understand that it's under the gun. So.
Okay.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor to table this item, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, say no.
I'm going to abstain just because I won't be here in the next meeting to vote on it anyway.
Okay. 40-0, it passes.
You know that would be the fastest meeting we ever have, right?
Probably.
All right, on to item I.
I doubt it, but
Payment of claims.
we'll get a lot of expenditures done for sure.
All right, any,
Go after it,
Stuff?
Dave.
I need a second to get to the right page, so if somebody else has got something.
I don't think I had anything.
doopy, doopy, doopy.
Page 40, I think, or that's the middle of it.
So I have one on page 36 for a Banco Systems was $6,500 for security system essential coverage. Is that, well, I guess my question is, what is that?
Mr. Mayor's members of the council, I believe that is the installation of 2 card readers, one on the fire district station back door and the vault here at City Hall.
Okay, so it's addition to our existing
Correct.
security
Correct.
system.
It's our fob system for using under the door.
Sure. I wondered too, on page 39, Marty, this one will be you. There's a charge from Connexus for $2,300 for Area 21. I assume this has something to do with the irrigation system. Is that like a connection fee or a meter or?
It's a water meter.
Okay, so that's kind of a one-time charge from them.
Yeah.
For that,
Yeah.
creating that new service. Thank you, that's all I had.
Anybody else?
No?
All right, any motion and a second.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. That carries 5-0. And I would like to take a little recess before item J here. 5 minutes?
Yes.
Good? Okay. All right. we're back. All right, item J.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor's Member Council. Tonight, there's two resolutions in front of you, 58, 2025 and 59, 2025, approving the preliminary levy and general fund budget along with the preliminary EDA levy. I'm going to discuss what the levy looks like. I'll try to move this little thing so people can see what this looks like. Preliminary levy at this point is at 8.97%. That is down significantly from what it was at the beginning. I don't remember what the first number was, 16 or 17%, something like that. We're down to 8.97%. That includes a $25,000 EDA general fund budget. That 8.97% is keeping the tax rate the exact same. Any changes in the general fund, the only additional item that happened or we're looking to have added this year is the police officer, full-time police officer added at the January 1st timeline. Other than that, the additional items related to capital equipment are additional I can't remember the number now, 176,000 I think was the number. That was added to this year's budget for the fire truck or the ladder truck. For to be able to continue to store away money for that. There was $100,000 added last year in the budget, so that's already in there as well. An additional $176,000 would give us to $276,000 for this year to be able to put away towards the ladder truck for a total of $376,000 at this moment in the levy. The capacity tax rate or tax capacity went up 8.22%. This has changed slightly over the time frame of us discussing numbers, just because valuations continue to change, and that means that the valuations and tax capacity end up changing. This has been pretty steady. I mean, they've maybe adjusted 0.01% over the last couple of months here, but it's been pretty consistent. Tax rates would be planned at 35.396%. Right now, it's currently at 35.394%. That is if fiscal disparities stay at the same ratio that they are today. The numbers might change, but as long as the ratio stays the same, we'll have the same tax rate. As we do next year, we won't know fiscal disparities until October 1st, which is always very helpful. I did contact the county, and they said they're still working on numbers. So normally we get them on September 1st, but it sounds like this year they're behind. I don't know what to do about that, so we have the same ratio we did last year and hope it's right or close enough. This is a graph I've shared in the past. The top graph is the tax capacity in the black line compared to tax levy in the blue and red and green lines. The further the distance between those two, the lower the tax rate, so the more difference, the percentage that the tax rate is. At one point, you could see it's very close. Back in 2020, we had about a 60% tax rate at that point. Now we're at about 35, which is just mentioned. The bottom graph compares tax capacity versus tax levy change. This is not a one-to-one ratio ever, but it's close, which is why you're seeing those lines almost exactly the same in 2026 estimated, and which is why the tax rate is staying the same. Again, small increase over levy over tax capacity. It's not because there's a tax rate change, but it's just how the numbers work out in the formula. I did want to provide a little bit of background information from where we were at and where we're at today. I think it's very important and a very influential graph of where we've come in the last 5 years. When I started in 2021, our tax rate was at 52.9%, one of the highest in the Hennepin County area. As we sit today for the final of 2025 and proposed 2026, we're at 35.394%, which is one of the lowest in Hennepin County. I know if you can go to maybe outskirts like maybe Independence and Minnetrista and some of those southwestern Hennepin County, you might be able to get a little lower interest or tax rate, but not in this area. If you look at this area around us, you got Rogers, Champlin, Osseo, Corcoran, Brooklyn Park, Brooklyn Center. We don't ever compare to Maple Grove. Maple Grove's on there, honestly, but 29.26, which isn't that much lower than us, but their tax capacity is just so much larger. They have money to, I don't even know, that everyone wishes they had. But we are the lowest in the area, so just wanted to show that out there. This shows the tax capacity or tax impact on homes based on the current levy increase that is being requested. If you have the same value home from one year to the next, you'll pay the same exact amount of property taxes for the city of Dayton portion. I cannot say the same for Hennepin County. I cannot say the same for the school district, and I want to make sure that that's clear because your total bill may still go up, but would have nothing to do with the city of Dayton if your value stayed the same.
Well, and if your value goes up, your taxes are going to go up.
Yep, if your value goes up, there's nothing we can do about that for the valuation part of things. We could take into consideration if we did an average and said, hey, we need to reduce the tax rate by that amount of money to get the valuation to be the exact same. But that's an average. There's going to be somebody who's less and there's somebody who's going to be more, but it's an average. So what I use is the exact same for your exact same amount. I don't think the valuations changed all that much this year. I think it was like 1%, I think was the average, 1.25. It wasn't like it was a couple of years ago where we saw 15% increases in people's homes.
Must have been
10%.
close to the capacity bump, not due to new construction. 2%.
Probably, which was about 1.2, I think. Difference between the new numbers or
Yeah.
new amounts and what the actual tax capacity
Yeah, I
is.
thought it was almost 2% spread, but
It might have
whatever, it
been.
wasn't
Yeah,
very
it
big.
was not that much, no. Again, just some information so everyone knows the information. A 1% reduction in the levy would give $19 per year back to the homeowner at a $534,000 average home. 1% reduction in levy is $88,000, and the 1% reduction in levy dollars equals 0.36% in the tax rate. Sorry. So what I'm here to do is approve or ask for an approval of Resolution 58/2025 and 59/2025. For both the EDA levy and the preliminary levy. This also sets the public hearing date for the final tax levy to be December 9th, which we have to set every year. This is due by the end of September, so if you don't want to do anything today, that's totally fine. It will just get pushed to the next meeting. It has to be approved by the end of September. And this is the ceiling. So this is what will go out of people's property tax statements that they will see probably in end of October, beginning of November, somewhere in there from the county. But we can always go down from here, we just can't go up. So this sets the ceiling. And I will stand for any questions that the mayor or the council may have. Thank you very
So the
much.
$25,000 for the EDA does not actually affect the,
It does.
Okay.
I incorporate the entire tax rate. So at one point, we did not do that. We incorporated just the city tax rate and the EDA tax rate as two different numbers, but it's all one tax when you pay your
Yeah.
bill.
Yep.
So the number that I give you for the EDA, for the tax rate in total, which was this one number here, 35.396, includes the EDA and the city
Okay.
tax levy.
Okay. Thank
Does not separate them out.
for that.
Because it is one number when you.
If you go to the state auditor's website, our numbers never matched, and it finally dawned on me that we weren't including the
EDA. Yep.
ED.
So I have some questions on, not what's on the presentation, but what was in the slideshow, or not slideshow, the PDF file online.
Sure.
And some of this is just more for my own clarification about what all these different things mean. On page 68, there's I know, that's why. Software surcharge fee that we have budgeted for $25,000, but right now this year it is at $59,600.
Yep.
Are we like, why? I don't want to budget for a lower amount if it's like, why is it way higher right now? Because you didn't budget that much for this year.
You're right.
So
I would say we have a conservative number. If you looked at previous years before that, we were not at $25,000. We were way lower than that.
Yeah.
That has to do with new lots that are platted. So
Okay.
we've had a lot of new lots platted this year. We've had Brayburn Trails East. We've had DCM Farms. We've had, oh boy, if there was another, Riverwalk, a couple
Okay.
additions in Riverwalk.
Okay.
I don't expect there to be that many final plats
Okay.
in 2026 comparatively.
Yeah.
DCM Farms might have phase 2,
Yeah.
and Riverwalk might have their last edition.
Okay.
Both of those are gonna not equal $25,000. It's a per lot fee.
Okay.
I don't remember what it is off the top of my head. It's on the fee schedule, but
Okay.
that's why I did 25,000 is because I didn't feel like taking an average is always pretty good, of a general number.
Yeah.
But if we go with, okay, we had this much this year and then we budget for next year and we don't get that number,
Yeah.
now I don't have that amount of money
Okay.
in the budget to be able, now I gotta cut $40,000 out of expenses, which I've already said, oh yeah, we're gonna spend it on
Yeah.
XYZ item. Now I don't have that.
Okay. That's just, it was
I would
one that-
rather be low than high
Oh.
on revenues.
Yes.
But I understand your question.
Yeah. And that's where, because I kind of assumed this was a revenue, but it wasn't.
It is a revenue, yeah.
Okay,
So
'cause
59,000 is the revenue this year.
Okay.
And 25,000 is the budgeted number for 2026.
Got it. Okay. Okay. That was my one question on that, which, like I said, was more for my clarity. And then on page 69, when we get into the wages and salaries for the council, the wage and the salary for the council is going down.
Mm-hmm.
And then the wage in the council for the committees and commissioners is going up. And
Yep.
I didn't know any of that had changed at all. I thought.
They did not change.
Okay.
So I don't remember why the council one went down. I'm not sure why the council went down. The council pay hasn't changed, so it shouldn't
That's
have
why I
gone
was-
down at all. I don't know.
Don't we lump into their subscriptions? and-
Maybe, yeah. I would say that maybe the total city council one went down because we might not have been part of a subscription or membership
Okay.
anymore, or we might not have. Part of it is communications for your devices. So we had $6,000 this year allocated for
Okay.
reimbursements for your, or $3,000, sorry.
Yeah.
Allocated for your device reimbursement, $600 for the year. And then that doesn't happen until the next election.
Got
So
it,
then
got it.
we don't have it
That
for
might be-
next year.
okay.
So that's part of it.
Yeah.
The committee one went up because I believe last year when we did the budget, and I could be way wrong, I believe we said we wanted to pay them $50 a meeting. I realized this about 2 weeks ago when I was putting this all together, and I said, we didn't pay them $50 a meeting for the first half of the meetings this year, so we owe them that money.
Okay.
Not saying that that's impossible to do, because we can do that and back pay them for the
Yeah.
next half, but I needed to add that into this
Got
year's
it.
budget.
Okay.
And I forgot about that, so we had to move some money around that I had to adjust a little bit.
Okay.
That's why it went up, is because it's $50 a meeting now, not
Yeah.
25.
Got it. So, like I said, I just was like, I don't think we're getting.
It was
paid
very
this. How did
informal
that go?
discussion last year, and I couldn't remember if we actually adopted it or not, and then I know there
I
was
don't
discussion on it, but, I know there was discussion on it, but I couldn't remember if we
I
actually
think there was
adopted
a
it.
full agreement.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like I said, I couldn't remember if it was like, yeah, it's explicit, like, that's what it is, but I know it's $50 a meeting, so.
Okay. And then these are just again more from my understanding. When I'm looking at a lot of these different departments, they have subcategories for professional services and contract services. And that was under, I think pretty much everyone. Let's see here. It was under inspection services, and then planning and economic development and central service. Everyone has a subcategory for professional services and contract services.
Yep.
And I just wanted to know what those categories included. Like, what does that mean? And why are they different?
I would say that they've been blurred lines at times to what those mean and
Okay.
what those numbers are. Typically, from my understanding, is if it's a contract service, it's something we sign a contract for, that we're gonna do this work.
Okay.
We signed a culture assessment. We did a
Okay,
contract
things
service,
like
that would
that.
be a contract
Got it,
service to
got
me.
it. Okay.
If it's a professional service, it's like engineering time.
Okay.
Or we're paying Abdo to do XYZ item, or I'm paying Baker Tilly to do
Okay.
our revamp of our building service audit every year that we do.
Okay.
So those would be professional services, in my opinion, not
Okay.
something I'm signing a contract for,
Okay.
to actually have a desired result come out of it. But
Got it.
they are very blurred lines, and I know in a couple of the departments, we actually combined them this year to say, we don't want this item because it's just too confusing. Like,
Okay.
it's either a service or it's not, so.
Yeah. Okay. It was
At
confusing.
one point, we did it very strictly on those two things, and I don't know how they differentiated the two, so that's
Okay.
just been
Why they're separate.
why they're separate, I'm
Okay.
not sure.
Okay, those are my questions. And you answered the EDA, whether that was included. That was my
Yes,
big one. So,
it is.
okay, those are my little things.
I have a question on page 60, and it's about revenue. And maybe this is just because in 2025, the number was so high. Fines and forfeits, we're at 125, and we're dropping that down to 50.
Yep.
But I see in 24 and 24, it was only 18 and 14.
Yep.
So we just originally had that number too high?
So if you remember back to conversations we had, we said we're gonna have a traffic car added, and we're gonna have a lot more fines and forfeitures to go with that traffic car, which essentially is how Champlin affords their traffic cars. They're gonna say, we're gonna generate fines and forfeitures. However, we've realized with this new Hennepin County prosecutor or Hennepin County attorney or whatever, I think Paul could probably speak to it more, we get a lot of fines and fees dropped. So we might say, yep, you're speeding, or yep, you did this, or yep, you did that, but they end up with no fines and a slap on the wrist.
Oh.
So then we will prosecute them, and then they'll get nothing. So then it's, okay, I know this year, for example, we've written more tickets this year than we've had in every other year, possibly, because we've done more traffic. But we have less fines and forfeitures to show for it, because they don't actually get prosecuted, they just get a slap on the wrist and go home. Thank you for your time. So, I know the chief could probably speak on it more than I can, but that's been the general idea. So that's why we dropped it down so much, is because we're not actually seeing the revenue that thought we were going to see with the traffic amount that we did. Am I
So we're
speaking
just
out of turn
training
there, or is that
people
right?
No, you're pretty accurate. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, for every citation we write, depending on the citation, generally we get $50 a ticket. A lot of unfortunately, a lot of those tickets get reduced or dismissed due to financial concerns.
Does it cost the city money to go through that process?
Only if they take it to court, then it costs a retainer fee for our prosecuting attorney.
I just want to make sure we're not actually losing money if these are getting fought all the time. Okay.
Depends on your definition of losing money.
Well, I mean, we're not getting as much as we anticipated, but we're also not like coming out like upside down on this, so to speak. So, okay.
We pay for a prosecuting attorney no matter what every month. It's just on a retainer.
Okay.
It's just a set amount every year.
Okay.
And we haven't gone over that amount in a number of years. But.
Okay.
So we feel like adding the traffic car, I mean, at least on our end, we're,
Sorry.
it's okay. I'm easily distracted. On our end, we're writing the number of tickets that we anticipated. It's just that they're not flowing through to any revenue, which is sort of secondary. I know we talked about, that this position would be self-supporting to a certain extent, and we can't tell the county what to do once it's in their hands, so I get that. But I guess I wanted to emphasize that we did this in response to residents' concerns about speed. And we hear about it a lot, and this was something practical we can do. So I'm glad to hear that we are out there enforcing to the extent that we can, and what happens after that is kind of out of our hands.
And Mr. Mayor, members of the council, with the addition in 26 of the final officer, what that will allow us to do is have 2-car minimums on at all time. Currently, we're 1-car minimums. So if we only have 1 car on, they're not out doing as much traffic as if we have 2-car on. And our plan is if we have 3 cars on with a 2-car minimum, that we would have one designated officer during that patrol shift doing traffic, and the other 2 would be call cars. So that's my plan moving forward as we go into 26.
And do we feel like it has had an impact on things like speeding and running stop signs already?
Tickets only give so much to people that want to follow the law. If they don't care about it, they don't care about paying the ticket either. So
That's just how much it costs to go that speed.
Speeding usually citations right around $150.
Okay.
Did that answer your question?
It did. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
And Councilor Fashion's question. Your statement is accurate. I mean, the idea is that we're trying to be more advantageous towards traffic. And it has been helping, I think, a little bit, but who knows?
So we're making I understand, people are going to do what they're going to do, but our effort is what we wanted it to be. It's just not generating revenue the way that we expected, and that's not why we're in that business. It's to impact safety, right?
That would have been a side benefit.
And Mr. Mayor, members of the council, when we do get a traffic complaint on a certain road, our whole crew, the 3 officers, because that currently from 3 p.m. to 3 a.m., we have on occasion 3 officers on. So we'll pull our 2 detectives in along with the 3 officers, and they'll go saturate an area and hammer traffic in that area to keep the complaints down.
And Mr. Mayor, if I could just clarify, one of the things that Mr. Doud said, it's for speeding tickets and other moving violations and misdemeanor offenses, that's prosecuted by your city prosecutor, not by the Hennepin County Attorney's Office.
Yeah.
Hennepin County Attorney's Office does felonies.
Sorry, I meant I think the fees, like the judges are not providing
The
any.
judges would make the decision about
Correct.
that. Yes, correct. I just wanted to
That's
make that clear for the
I
record
apologize
as to
about my
jurisdiction.
That's why Amy's here.
That's correct. Corrects me.
I had a question around the increase in central services number, and I know you explained that you're consolidating some utility bills into one place, which totally makes sense to me, rather than allocating out to the departments. I guess I just want some assurance that if that number was reduced in well, that number was reduced in the corresponding departments that made up this $118,000 increase.
It was, yeah. So it was 1 for 1. We did not increase any electric utility, gas utilities from one year to the next. So those were subsequently reduced out of the other department budgets and then moved into the one line item for central services.
Because when we look at, I mean, by line item, you know, we're going to see a department in the current year having this level of approval for dollars, and for next year it should be then automatically decreased by their proportional amount, however you are charging out the electricity bill or the gas.
Yep. So you would not see those. So if you looked in the line item budgets and in the budget report, you would not see it in police, you would not see it in fire, you would not see it in public works, where previously they were a large number for electric utilities or gas utilities. They are now zeroed out in those line items, in those departments, and now they're added specifically to central services. I believe that's what your question is that we're not saying, oh yeah, we're gonna keep the money in public works, but then still add it to central services.
Correct.
Yeah, we are adding those and consolidating them into one line item, and then those line items subsequently in other departments were then reduced down to $0, so that we don't have them anymore. And that was a request from our department heads, because they said, why am I controlling my electric utilities when I have no control over who turns the lights on and when the gas turns on and the heat turns on, and yet I'm getting punished for it in my budget, so. Which was a valid point to me. That's why it's a central service item.
And splitting the cost out in the codes is just extra work for employees to track.
Right, nope, I get it. I just wanted, like I said, wanted to make sure that there was an offsetting reduction.
Correct.
What, are we still comfortable that Hennepin County's not going to come back for assessing fees? I know that they went to 0 last year, and they've assured us that they haven't rethought that.
At least for 26 they have.
Okay.
Yes. I can't confirm that for longer than 26, but I can confirm that for 26 that they are not going to charge us.
Okay.
It just went from one bill to the next. I mean, it went from your city taxes to the county taxes.
Yep.
Unfortunately.
I don't have any other specific things. I just, you know, we've talked generically about kind of a ceiling of 6 to 8%, and so naturally it's like buying gasoline. It's 8.97. So
Yeah, again, that wasn't the goal of city staff. I'm happy to reduce it if that's what the council wants to do. I just need direction of where do you want to cut the dollars from. 'Cause at this point, the only answer is either cutting it out of the fire ladder truck, which is totally fine, or cutting the officer. That's the only two spots I have to cut at this moment. So, and I'm fine with doing that if that's what the council wants to do. I'm not saying that that's not. I got down to the tax rate being exactly 0% increase. That's what my goal has always been, so.
And I think as long as we keep in mind that, you know, even assuming this gets passed, we can come down. Zach has said that. We know that we can come down, so we can, and I'm of that same opinion that was supposed to be the range, and we're up to 9, but I get it. And I think there's still room.
To me, I want to come back to the ladder truck. That's where my thing is. But I think right now in this moment, like you said, we can approve this, and then we can have that conversation with the ladder truck, and then possibly come down. So
There has not been a year since I've been here that we have not come down since the preliminary levy. It might be the first year, that was in 21 for 22, but that would be it. Other than that, it's come down every single year that I've been in this role. So, that's fine, we can do that. Like I said, we can cut it now or cut it later, but it's up to you guys. And gals.
I'm okay with moving ahead with this levy amount. I know we know we have a lot of work left to do on the particulars in it, and that can still happen. So, but I'm okay with this being our
starting point.
Starting point, our maximum.
This is your ceiling, yeah.
I'm okay with this as our ceiling.
Any other comments to staff, or I will entertain a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the preliminary budget at 8.97%.
Second.
Okay, any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Carries 5-0. Item K.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This project has already been alluded to tonight. We're looking at a water tower to be added to the northwest Dayton. Just for reference, it's the area that doesn't show up in the far northwest corner on the slide on the left, and then a zoomed in area. It's also the area known as the Historic Village. I just wanted to point that out because it is limited. The benefit of the tower is limited to this specific area. It does not stretch anywhere beyond this area. So just some background, this area of the city is currently served by a city water system. There's about 250 services to it. There's a handful of businesses, but most of them are residential homes, single family. There's 2 wells that operate. They run at, I'll just say roughly 400 gallons per minute each on that. And the storage, as we've discussed in the past, is limited. There's a 2,000 gallon pneumatic tank to pressurize the system. Within that, there's only about 1,000 gallons of water. The rest is air, just to keep the system pressurized. So the primary concerns with the system in the village is insufficient either supply or storage, either water on hand or a combination of the water on hand and what can be pumped from the wells. It's insufficient for fire flows, and just to note about where we're sitting, generally you're looking at about 1,500 gallons per minute for a 2-hour duration is what we shoot for kind of the minimum or the lower end of the fire suppression. And if you do the math, 2 wells at 400 gallons per minute is not there. So the other one, and this one has become a little bit less of an issue, but the lack of storage doesn't allow for the system to maintain fully usable or sufficient for service during repairs or other operations. There has been some upgrades made to the well house that has improved this. So that is a lesser of a concern now. We installed some equipment probably 4 or 5 years ago that has helped with that. But nonetheless, it would be additional protection, if you will, to have some volume of water on hand in the system at any given time. So this information itself, we are proposing an elevated storage, so a water tower. The option would be ground storage with pumps, which is typically more expensive, if not to build, certainly to maintain and operate and then upgrade in the future or replace in the future. Elevated is, gravity's cheap and it's very reliable. So we are proposing that. So the next steps would be to complete the preliminary engineering on it. As we've discussed, it would be to identify the best location for the tower, the right size and features. By features, I mean basically like mixers or other components that might be beneficial for operation. The tower type, there are a number of types, probably only a couple of those listed would be appropriate for one of the size we're expecting. But then identify land rights required for the tower and the improvements and or other improvements. Those improvements being, as has been mentioned even tonight, we do need to upsize a connection between the tower and the wells, whether that's done within the existing system or an additional line that's added to the system. It could be either way. We'll get into the details of that, both what the improvements are and what path it will take or what alignment should be utilized to make that connection.
That's not the new pump, right? That's just what's currently going to storage. When you say the line is inadequate.
The system is essentially a network of pipes. The main line, if you will, under County Road 12 or River Road is an 8-inch line. The rest of them are all 6 inches. To get a high volume of water to the tower, if we want to be able to fill this thing faster, we need a faster route. So we need to increase a line or lines, basically connecting those two, so we can get the water from the wells to the system or to the tower faster. So does that make sense?
Yep, it does. I'm just wondering where you're ballparking the tower to say that.
For
I'm
location?
assuming- yeah.
I actually have a slide
Oh,
that
go
will
ahead.
show just that. We do have a few spots identified that we are looking at. And I'll touch on that because I would appreciate some feedback if there is any at this time. So just schedule-wise, we'd be doing the preliminary work now. We basically want to define the scope of the project more than anything. This is actually in the CIP for 2026. We just want to kind of get going on it. The design on these can take a while, the full design, and then the permitting can be a pretty lengthy process. So we'd like to start it now so we could kick things off right away in 2026. Ideally, we start construction later in 2026, depending on how permitting and other things go. That could get pushed to 2027, but we would like to move forward at this time to try to accelerate that the best we can. So as mentioned, these are, I don't know if they show up well here. I'll use my cursor if that's helpful. So the areas we're looking, I guess, one of the basics of water tower, the higher the ground, the shorter the tower, because we're shooting for a certain elevation. So we do try to target the higher spots, if you will, because it makes construction easier and then, or cheaper. Then the other component of it is it has to be accessible to the system as well. So it needs to be somewhat in proximity or a reasonable path to make the connection to the existing system. So this here, and maybe I should have turned an aerial on here, if you can picture it, the church cemetery, this is right off the northwest corner of where the cemetery area is. So it is church property. We have not had any discussions with them now. To be honest, it's simply on there because it's the highest point there. That would be the cheapest tower. However, there would be land rates to be acquired, and then there would be a little bit of pipe, additional pipe needed to make that connection. Moving to the south there for reference, the one right off of 12 here, if you remember, it's probably been 8 or 10 years now, but there's a small gravel parking lot that the city paved or installed gravel for, at the time it was for a farmer's market to be used. I'll just say kind of right center field or off a right field. That would be another location. That's about 20 to 30 feet lower than the other spot, so it'd be a little bit higher tower, but the space looks appropriate for it and the proximity of the system is good. The other one here, this is a little bit higher. It's an elevation between it. This is, I'll say, right behind home plate or third baseline, off the corner there. Might be pretty tight in there, so we need to do some measurements and we have to look at it. We're thinking that's great. That's under city control now. It might be fitting in a park. There are some homes in close proximity, so we'll need to consider that. But that is a spot that we think would be a good fit for it if everything does pan out as far as the setup.
Do we have, and this is kind of a question off to the, maybe off the wall. That was a dedicated park, is that correct?
A dedicated park?
Is it's,
Oh,
yeah. So how do we put, is there any limits to what city equipment can go on a park? Since
that is a good question, and I don't know the answer to that. If there is a limitation to it,
You have to look at legal, really great.
we have an attorney around here?
I know you can use,
It just strikes me as odd that you can do anything on a park other than park stuff. A dedicated park.
that might bring us down to 3 locations.
I think you just can't change the use of the land.
well, there are
Can
things that
we?
you can do for.
I don't think you can.
Just let me pull up the stuff.
Okay, and it may be a bad spot anyways, but whatever.
If it's parkland dedication, I don't think you can do anything with it.
When would that have been dedicated?
Oh, it would have been dedicated years ago.
It wouldn't surprise me if it's not, though. That's why I was asking,
Okay.
because
Yeah.
that's been a park since
We'll have
before I
to pull
was.
the,
I'd have to pull the
Ever.
title work on to see if it was done in the
Okay.
park.
Yeah.
So we'll consider that one.
I just threw
See
it
if
out
that
there.
one
My
gets-
guess is
gets
it's not
ruled out.
dedicated, but whatever.
But it might be.
But
And
it
it should be looked into
Yeah.
before you do any of the other
Yeah,
work.
maybe.
Yes, right. Don't spend too much time till we know the easy stuff. And then we just,
Jason.
one to the south. Oh,
Sorry,
yes.
let me interrupt
Go ahead.
and say that the statute says that, well, hang on a second, that's about for streets and such.
Okay, reserve.
Sorry, Jason, keep going.
Oh, sorry.
I'll interrupt you again.
Then just the 4th location, it's only because it's raw land as of now, and
Yep.
they're actually looking at improvements down there. The ground is lower, and To be honest, though, it seems ideal to put it right next to a well. It
Yeah.
actually doesn't function all that great. It's better to have it spread apart between the pumps in the well and the tower itself. But we could figure it out, so we did have that on there as kind of the.
Can you explain, obviously I'm sure there's engineering, but like,
It's
engineering for dummies, why is it worse to be by the well?
There's a lot of hydraulics going on in the network of a system, so there's a
Okay.
model in it, so the spacing of all of the components.
Okay.
So if you have.
Like a certain amount of inertia almost, like you have to have.
The water will go there but won't get to other extremities of the system
Oh.
because there's not as much resistance through the pipe, so it'll
Okay.
flow in there too easy. So
Okay.
you want some resistance so it gets to everywhere in the system.
Yeah.
So it's,
So if you have a big giant hole that's right next to it, everything wants to go into the big giant hole that's right next to it and not spread out more. Whereas
Kinda,
if the big
yeah.
giant hole is farther away, it's going to fill in other things on the way to the big giant hole.
yes.
Kind of.
You need more pressure to get 5,000 feet than you do 20 feet. So all the water's going 20 feet and nothing's going 5,000.
Okay, so then we'd have to add other things to get it to go to
It's,
those
we
others.
could probably figure it out. It's just the systems generally operate better if we can get some spacing in there. So
I would not have thought that. That makes sense.
Go ahead.
I'll
You have
interrupt
the answer.
quick. So if land is dedicated on a plat for parks, then it can't be changed. It has to be used for park purposes. But if cash was given and the land was acquired
Yes.
that
then it's
way,
not dedicated.
then it can be used for parks, recreational facilities, playgrounds, trails, wetlands, or open space based on an approved park system plan. So not water towers.
Not water towers.
Not water towers.
How do we
or other
know
infrastructure.
all our parks? How do we know if they've been dedicated or not?
Title work, hopefully.
Would title work show that though?
Hopefully. Like I said,
Well,
lots
and
of
the,
digging, maybe, I don't hate,
platting
maybe as an
and
example.
subdivision, an approved subdivision, when you approve a
a long time
subdivision by
ago.
resolution.
Yeah, those make sense, but back
That would have been done in
Like,
like
we know Leathers Park
18
was
something.
leathers, yeah.
Yeah,
But-
that would have been done back in like 18 something, I bet. Or-
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, the property that the park, McNeil Park sits on was platted with the town site of Dayton in 1866.
Yeah.
So, not that there weren't maybe park dedication statutes back then, but,
Well, we usually, I mean, these parks oftentimes, if they have a name on them, it's because that family donated that park. But, so you think this has been around since the 1800s?
well, it wasn't dedicated with any plats following because typically the dedicated area for a park is within a project boundary that is a plat. Being that this isn't a part of a new plat or a newer plat than the original town site, I would say that it is unlikely, however, not impossible that it was dedicated for development purposes, but
Okay.
I would say that it's probably unlikely.
Huh. Wonder why it's got the name on it though. Whatever. Go ahead.
I just put a few examples of the tower. If there's any strong opinions now, I certainly don't have to discuss.
I mean, the baseball makes most sense if they're gonna put it.
If it's by the park, right, that's in I forgot where I found that. It's somewhere in North Carolina.
Are these all like $250,000 or what are these?
I wish they were, for size.
Yeah.
I wish they were that cheap. So this is Dayton in the corner, so that is 250,000. I did not check this, or sorry, 500,000 a year. Thank you. Yes, it's $500,000 on that one. It costs more than that too.
I was going to say for a little.
2.2.
I didn't look at, yes, I didn't look
But
at Centerville's or.
What you're thinking? What
Probably 250
That's what
because
it
it's a
looked like.
common size. I
Yeah,
think
okay.
kind of the minimum for fire flows, our initial calculations, probably like 180,000 to 200,000 would probably be sufficient, but the common tank sizes generally run at 250. It goes from like 100 to 250.
So part of your work will be to determine the trade-offs as far as having to replumb some of this stuff
Yes.
versus where the height and.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do some cost analysis because, the farther away you get, the more pipe we're doing. The
Right.
lower the ground, the higher the tower, which is bigger footings, so. And then, just to note, you can do some, I'll say more custom things.
Like
The ball, Hayden made a good point, that does look like a teed golf ball, except for the stitching. But might be fitting if it's at McNeil Park. Otherwise, this is in Lindstrom, there's the tea kettle, you could do things like that. Of course, they do come with a larger price tag, so those can be considered later, but just to throw those out as options if there's interest or strong preference. So tonight what we're looking for is to just initiate the preliminary engineering per the proposal provided in the packet.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Carries 5-0. And we are on to item L.
And L, I think there's been probably at least subtle or related discussions of this in the past. It's related to a corridor study on Fernbrook Lane. Location shown on the left, essentially from the Maple Grove border on Fernbrook up to 117th Avenue. Specifically looking at the intersections, or at least focused more so on the intersections at this time, those being Rush Creek Parkway, 113th Avenue, 114th Avenue, which would be realigned, or the theory or the thought is to realign those into a single four-legged intersection rather than two three-legged intersections. And then additionally at 117th Avenue, as is shown on the screen, and then I just, for reference, labeled the streets and the developments that are in that proximity. So background on this, I'm sure council is well aware, there's been a lot of development over recent years in this area, increasing traffic levels. As I mentioned, the realignment has been discussed at 113th and 114th. We have received ongoing complaints, and they seem to be increasing in number as the construction and the development continues regarding 113th Avenue, both its condition and its safety of higher volumes using that access. There was upgrades completed at Rush Creek Parkway in 2021 that involved some turn lanes and then a pedestrian refuge utilized for pedestrians to access Elm Creek Park Reserve to help with that situation. So there was upgrades at that time. I think probably everybody would agree that further improvements are probably warranted there, if not now, then soon, but probably already. The county did recently install a four-way stop there. Going into that, it's been known that that's not a permanent solution. That was just something to get by until a more significant or a more permanent solution can be implemented on it. And then, as we can all imagine, the development will continue, which will just continue to increase the traffic levels through there, both locally with the development that occurs in Dayton, but also regionally for any of the traffic going north and south from there. And then again, as we've discussed in the past, the county does not have any projects within this corridor identified for at least the next 10 years. And therefore, the city, at least city staff, would like to initiate a potential project just to get something moving on this, get a study completed, some preliminary layouts identified for improvements at these intersections, such we can start talking about funding for the project or partnership with the county, whatever that might be, to try to bring this project forward instead of just continuing to sit and wait. So the next step in our mind, again, is to complete the study and collect traffic data, again, to justify the improvements, which is a requirement of the county, but we would want that anyway. Estimating the traffic levels based on, known development and regional growth that's expected during that time. Look at improvements options and then estimate costs with that so we can define a decent scope for the project or the improvements of those three intersections. The study would be completed over this winter, and then it would be discussed, I presume, with the county throughout the winter and in the spring to look for partnerships as we explore other funding options as well. Funding for this, just to note, and this was discussed recently, at least at one of the developments on the screen, DCM Farms and Brayburn Trails each contributed $125,000 that could be used, that would be used for these projects, if you will, specifically identifying that they provide the funds early so they could be used for this exact effort. So it would be for the report, the study, the preliminary engineering, the land acquisitions, or that might be associated with it. Anything unused would just roll forward into the construction of the actual improvements. So it is fully funded through developer contributions. Construction of the improvements, potentially 2027, it might be later than that, probably is going to be dependent on a couple of things, at least One of the improvements, the 113th, 114th, will probably be driven by the status of the DCM Farms development. The rest of it will probably be driven by funding availability. Ideally, all of that happens together and it happens soon, but we'll see as this unfolds.
So this is really in hopes of applying pressure to the county?
It's to show the county we want a project, to try to get them to step up. The other thought is the more we know going in for funding opportunities, if there's any grants available or other programs, the farther along we are and the more we know, the more informed we are, the better our chances at that. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of good funding sources for projects like this because they're off trunk highways and they're not heavy freight corridors or other. However, part of our thought as well is if we had a well-defined project, maybe just state bonding solicitation is the way to go, or at least something that we could explore. But without a plan in place or any real project identified, we're not going to get anywhere in that route. So we're hopeful that this would at least provide us some information to go after one of those.
Don't we have pretty good data on some of this, in the existing conditions and existing traffic levels? Isn't there a lot of pretty current information out there around that?
Some, yes, there is. We actually went out, because we did that intersection study inventory, we only did the detailed level counts at our top 10 intersections, if you will, which did include the Rush Creek Parkway. However, the other thing I'll note is they were taken in February, which is usually not what you want to do. We did that just to get information quickly, but the county, for a full warrant analysis, will have to do a longer term count, which is just a 2-day instead of 1, but at some time during heavier use or a more routine rather than a winter month. So
the information that SRF had done previously, is that too dated now?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it would have to be much more recent than that. It's even, to be honest, even the stuff from last February is probably not going to be considered current for it. It's not a big effort. If it helps, we got a quote for the counts. It's $3,000. The other thing I'll mention, and I'm a little nervous to say this because it's not complete yet, the county did offer to do the counting for us. So we're trying to coordinate that, but.
Well, there's $3,000.
There's 3,000, there you go.
Take it.
Take that off to 6 million.
So when they realized there was a problem and put in the 4-ways, that they did not schedule a project or even they didn't schedule any follow-on, or they didn't even hint that there might, so that they can't be happy that there would be a 4-year there for 10 years. There's got to be.
They brought that project to us with the stop signs, and they took the lead on it. We just gave them a timeline that we thought worked.
It just strikes me as odd that they didn't plan on.
Yeah, I mean, we discussed very explicitly with them that this is not a permanent solution. This is something to help with the situation we have, but more improvements are needed, and they agreed, but no project's been identified, so.
Do you happen to know if that 4-way in Champlin that they put in, do they have a project scheduled for that at all?
They had a roundabout, and I forget the French Lake Road connection. I don't remember the details of why it didn't move forward. They went, I think they went all the way to.
Yeah, they started with a roundabout, and then that went in the ditch, and literally, and then.
And actually, no, you say that, so the stop signs didn't even come about until after the roundabout.
Exactly.
You're right.
But now that they got stop signs, I'm just wondering if they're looking at a project there, because maybe that'll tell us what.
Mayor, I don't think they are. When I talked to
expect it will come back, but I haven't heard anything about it.
I've heard nothing but positives of, this works so well, we're going to keep it for a long time.
I think that's a little different example, but I don't know that it gets the traffic that this thing gets, but.
Yeah, that was the first call I made after talking with the county as Champlin to see if they had any issues, and they said surprisingly no.
Yeah,
so they said it's been working really well for them. So
yeah, I think it's because there's not a lot of traffic. Whenever I come up to this 4-way now, it's always backed up.
Yeah, especially AM peak hours. I know there's a lot.
And the one in Champlin's not. I just assume that it's a count thing, but whatever. Okay.
So Jason, you said $3,000 for the this whole study?
No.
No, I wouldn't. No, for the traffic counts.
My question would be is if everything that's been done like a year ago is already outdated?
Just the counts.
Okay.
Just the counts, not the other, well, there hasn't been a whole lot of others. I mean, we do have a conceptual layout at Rush Creek Parkway, and then we put some sketches in for the other two for discussion.
Mayor, members of the council, part of the study as well is to identify some of the land acquisitions that need to be done if we're gonna do these improvements, and then we can utilize those dollars towards land acquisition dollars to be able to, again, get this project more ready to go, so that we're having less hiccups in the future when we're looking to do these improvements and being able to push the county a little bit to say, we've already acquired this stuff, let's go. So that, just
The
one
one
more
on
push.
114th, though, is that, did DCM commit, they just committed dollars, right? They didn't.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, okay. I'm just wondering what happens if we can't get the right-of-way on 114th and.
There will be right-of-way needed on the east side.
Yep.
Yeah. No, I-
It would have to come significantly south to not
Yep.
need that, so, and a challenge. So, yeah, that will be an important piece.
Okay. Any more questions? Okay, I'll need a motion in a second.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second?
Any more discussion?
Is there any dollars associated with this study? You don't have a number in mind?
For the project costs?
No, for, just to do the work you're gonna do here.
It's in the proposal. To be honest, I don't remember what the number is.
I just went
It is
up and back a couple.
53,000.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, we have $250,000 of funding currently
Oh,
built.
yeah, I mean, yeah, just can't wait to burn a hole in our pocket.
Any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. Carries,
I'll give you half an eye.
carries 5-0. On to item L1.
Yep, sorry. Mayor, members of council, we're gonna have talked about the fire subcommittee designees. I've sent a couple emails out based on this, and I've gotten feedback, which was greatly appreciated, but I just need to know who would like to be on that committee from the council's perspective, so that's what I'm here to stand for.
So I said I'd be willing to do it, but Thursday doesn't work super great for me.
Thursday's not going to work for most of us, so that's why,
Okay.
it likely will be Thursday. Unfortunately, so I will be, full disclosure, I try to make sure if I'm doing anything with the fire department, I try to do it on Thursdays for them, because it's, again, one more night that they're going to be away from their family, and I prefer not to do that to them. I'd rather have them do it on a night they're already going to be, or planning on being away from their family. So every time I've ever met with the fire department, I've always done it on Thursdays, so that's what I would suggest to the council as well.
Next
And so-
Thursday I could do. It's just this Thursday
So, yep.
is rough for me.
So I'm assuming,
So what I'm looking for today is, yeah, just the designees, and then I can figure out a schedule that will work best for those two individuals.
Well, I guess just in the email, I've expressed interest in being part of this, that this Thursday was not going to work for me either. But I also, understand the desire to keep it to be a limited group. So if we've got 3 people, I'm willing to step back, is I guess where I'm at, but.
You can only have
but
two.
I'm interested.
Yeah, you can have two.
You can
What
only have
is-
two.
what is, does the next Thursday work? Is that,
I do not, I can make sure it's scheduled for the fire department. I'm assuming it'll work because they already have a training night that night, so I would assume that it would work for them.
We're
But
not interfering with hands-on training.
we would do it
What are we?
before that.
is next to it?
Yeah, we would do it prior
I
to.
lost track of how many Thursdays in we are.
That would be the third Thursday. It would have been best if it was this Thursday, because it would have been station maintenance night, so that's typically a night that starts, I think it's at 7. Don't quote me on that, but I think it's at 7 o'clock it starts.
Mayor, members of council, we always allow for 30 minutes before training. So if we start at 18:30, so I don't know if 30 minutes is enough, but we have gone past that as well. So we can make adjustments for next Thursday, the 18th, to accommodate that.
Would that work for you then?
It would.
Are you okay with that?
If it's next Thursday, I can make it work, but I leave on Friday, so,
Yeah, my plan is not to spend 4 or 5 hours. It's half hour to an hour, maybe. I don't know how long this conversation is going to go. I'm unsure. So
I mean, originally, I brought this idea up to have this conversation, so I just want to get it worked out and figured out, so that's why I brought it up.
Well, I
So
can do
whatever.
this Thursday if it needs to be this Thursday, which sounds.
No, it can't be this Thursday, I don't think.
Okay, and
I'm gonna be out of town this Thursday, so.
I'm out of it.
What Thursday? Okay.
I've only got
I think I got
next week.
lost.
I'm just here to help out and
Yep,
help
yep,
this
yep,
thing
yep.
get consolidated. So that's what I'm here for. And
So you're saying you're not here this Thursday, but next Thursday you are?
Yep, just for Thursday.
Next Thursday.
Yep.
So does that work for you, Dave?
Next Thursday, yes. I can make that
Okay,
work.
sounds like,
So you guys are
I
talking
think-
about the 18th,
Yes.
correct?
yep.
And we have two, correct? 'Cause if there's three, then
Correct. Then we have an open
create a-
meeting. Yep.
Okay.
And we can do that if the council would like to do that. We can do that. It just creates a different dynamic, and then we have to have a recording and notify it. And which, like I said, we can do. And I think I noted that in my first email. It just
But, I mean, just giving my opinion, I think that meeting them where they are will be better and you'll have a better turnout. I mean, because historically, looking at who has come to even the meetings, you get the same max of 3. So if you meet them where they are, by going to their training and in their space, I think you may have a better outcome.
which is what I was just suggesting.
Yeah, I
That-
think-
No, no,
we're
and
all-
I'm just, that's why I'm saying maybe an open meeting is not the best way to approach that.
I don't think any of us want that.
Okay, no, I agreed. I was just, I guess, putting in my input of,
Okay.
I think that was a better approach than,
okay, so everybody's okay with Scott and Dave?
I'm okay with Scott and Dave.
Okay.
Are you, Stephanie, did you want in on it? Is that why?
I mean, I think all of us expressed an interest
Yeah.
in a
I mean, I'll
willingness
certainly
to.
back out, and I don't have to be there.
I'm not like a dictator in this situation.
No, but-
I mean, I would be willing to go if that is what the council wants.
I'm happy with Scott and Dave. If Scott and
It
Dave
doesn't matter to me.
are
I
happy
am.
with it.
What do you think, Dennis?
Doesn't matter.
Scott and Dave next Thursday.
Okay.
If for any reason they back out or can't go,
Yes.
you get the stomach flu.
Yes, let us know.
Better not.
But,
Not the stomach flu,
or
sorry.
if
Knock
flight
on
gets
some wood.
canceled or something stupid like
Okay.
that, but.
So it sounds like the council's going to go with Scott and Dave. I can
Yep.
coordinate with those two then, and
Yep.
it make sure we just touch base,
Yep.
make sure we're all on the same page of what we got to communicate with and what we're asking for. And beautiful. Okay, that's all I'm looking for. Thank you very much.
And if something happens, call one of us.
I will.
We'll figure
I
it
will
out.
send out another email, and you guys can
Okay.
hash it out. So, thank you very much.
Okay, that puts us to item M.
Can we have 3 minutes to prepare?
Yeah, let's take a 3-minute
I'm
recess.
so sorry, it's been a,
Well, Mr. Mayor, I think you need to adjourn your regular meeting.
Do you want to take a motion and a second, and then
Well,
go to a
let's-
recess? I think that's what you're asking for.
I
right?
just don't.
I think
Yep,
we need,
yeah, yeah.
we need a recess first, right?
You can if you'd like to.
Yeah, we're
Can they
just
go
gonna
into the
recess for
closed
a few minutes.
session, but take
I-
a recess before they go into the closed session, so that we can stop the recording?
That's a legal one.
Okay, usually you would adjourn your regular meeting before you go into the closed meeting.
Yeah,
Yes, but she's asking for a recess.
right.
Or
A
if you
potty
adjourn
break.
before you start the next one, then there's no need for a recess.
Yes.
Oh, it all gets in the
That's what I
wash
would
there?
agree. Yes.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Don't say that, no.
And
Okay.
then you'll reopen a new meeting
Okay.
for item M.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna adjourn this meeting,
Correct.
and we got a motion, we got a second. And all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so we are adjourned for now, and we need a motion. Read this, right?
No, we're
We gotta
adjourned.
wait.
No, we're
now.
gonna.
Oh, now
wait.
I
just
see
gonna
what you
pause.
did.
You're gonna wait for
You
me
put
to
some
grab
weight
it.
between the
Wait to
meetings.
start
Nice.
the new
Breathing
meeting until.
for a moment.
There you go.
Yep, you're good. You're good.
10:48.
This shouldn't
Okay.
be that long.
Closed meeting, do we have to have?
Does he have to be here?
Just to invite him in.
And does
We
it have to
should-
be recorded?
Yeah, we should have the chief come in, I think, get started. Is he ready?
I would imagine.
Yeah, they're all.
I'll read this, and then we'll be closed meeting for the purpose of giving preliminary consideration of allegations or charges against an individual subject to the city council's authority pursuant to Minnesota Statutes 13D05, subdivision 2B, subject employee, Fire Chief Gary Hendrickson.
So you'll convene the closed session.
Okay, so can you stop now?
Convene.
In open session, I'll just, I'm assuming that the council will want me to prepare a summary of what happened during this closed meeting, and I'll have that ready for your next open meeting. And if that's okay and you want to adjourn this meeting, then you can adjourn for the evening, or the morning, as I don't even know what time it is.
Objections? What time is it? Oh, we still got time.
We are on.
All right, we're adjourned.